Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the SimZone, and here we have Division 3, the first race, or the first qualifying session of the evening, and we are at Barcelona, a very rainy Barcelona here, some treacherous conditions at the moment in this qualifying session, medium rain, which looks to be getting heavier towards the end of this qualifying session. Currently 15, we should have 16 cars out on track. I believe one has joined in the incorrect car, so they're going to be switching very soon. But currently we have, we're watching Ibanez in the Bentley. And I know no one has set a time just yet, but we should see some times coming in very shortly. I think the first car that's going to cross the line is going to be the 555 car of... Is there even a 555 car? Yes, there is. Alex Rowe in the Aston, and we know how quick the Aston is in the rain. You can just see there the standing water on the exit of the corners on the green part of the circuit, which is definitely where you don't want to be driving on. Apart from this last corner, it should be okay. And Alex Rowe is going to come around the final corner here to put in the first lap time of this qualifying session. What's it going to be? A 152.5 there, setting the benchmark for the rest of the field. We've actually got quite a few Aston Martins in Division 3. There we go, Shadow Destiny 6.6 seconds off. La Perea puts it there into P2, 1.6 seconds off in the Honda. And it's good to always see a Honda out on track, not a car that's used much at all in ACC. Although on the PC side of things, it's much better than it is on console, and it's much more popular over there. But here on console, you don't really see many people using it. But La Perea, we know, has been quite consistent with it and had some good pace, especially last round. Oh no, that's the Lamborghini of Shadow Destiny round there, and I think he may return the car to the pits. He's going to sustain some damage after that spin. But Ibanez in P2 there, just 8/10 off. Not bad, considering the Aston is a completely different car in the wet than it is in the dry. Still got a few drivers to set some times here, so the next car across the line is going to be the number 4 car of Meso, who is a new driver here at SimZone. Using the old AMG though, not the Evo, but both have their strengths and weaknesses. I'm sure he's going to be running some very high TC on that car, and one livery that I haven't actually seen on the AMG Evo. I don't think I've ever seen that livery used before, so it's good to see that out on track. It even looks like a custom livery that you find on PC, but someone there, Yaruha in the comments, showing his support for Alex Rowe, Wreck Advantage, said, is it too late for me to join? I don't even think you're signed up, Wreck Advantage, I'm not quite sure, but yes, it is too late. Anyways, Meso crosses the line with no improvement there, and oh, we've got changing positions here. Alex Rowe has been dropped down to P2. Ibanez there takes the fastest lap here in this qualifying session at 152.524, just 4 hundredths quicker than Alex Rowe. It's very close at the top here in Division 3. And I believe that's one of the Astons just letting, I think that might be Merryhammer? No, it's not Merryhammer, that's Obut there. I think he's just letting the faster guys through as he returns the car to the pits. Currently sitting in P3, just 1.4 seconds off. And we usually do see the times a bit more spread out in the rain. But let's have a very quick look at the championship standings here coming into round 2 for Division 3. So here we go. Currently Tom on the top of the standings on 61 points. He's currently not here. We do have a drop round though, so that should play into his favour after this round. But he definitely doesn't want to be missing any more. And then Ibanez in second in the championship on 55 points. Alex Rowe on 50 in third. Cord on 45 in fourth. Obut in fifth on 41 points. La Perea in sixth on 37 points. Shadow Destiny in seventh on 33. Lord Peroth in eighth on 29. CosmiCrusader in P9 on 26. And Merryhammer rounding off the top 10 in the standings there on 23 points. So, it looks like Alex Rowe hasn't been able to improve that last lap. He's got possibly one more after this. If he doesn't make any mistakes, he would make it in time to set another lap. And Ibanez improves once again. They're gaining about 2/10 that last lap and putting in a 152.335. And we know the Bentley's also a very strong car in the wet, also known as the Boatley. It's pretty much a boat on wheels, but some of the drivers will be struggling in these conditions, especially with a lot of the Division 3 drivers being new to league racing and ACC in general. But Max Bapdale hasn't yet set a time. Where is he on track? He's running off the final corner now. I think this will be his first valid lap. No, it's not. So he's only got one more chance to actually set a lap time in here. Otherwise he will be starting from the back of the grid. The next car across the line is going to be the number 10 car, the number 83, I believe that was Lord Piroth. Eduardo there puts it into P3. just 1 second off, and looks like he has had some traffic. He's driving offline there. Maybe tyres are overheating, but I wouldn't assume they'd overheat with this much rain on the track. He seems to be going quite slow, maybe setting himself up. No, he won't get round in time. And oh, that's Lord Piroth off the track. The next car across is going to be the 555 of Alex Rowe. Has he found any more time? Has he crossed the line? Yes, he has. There we go. Puts it onto pole. 151.8 there. The only driver to get into the 151s. Whereas Ibanez is coming through this final chicane now. So they're using all of the curb on the inside. And definitely not hitting those sausage curbs. It's not what you want to be doing. Well, a bit of a slide there on the exit, but has he found any more time? He has. He hasn't been able to take P1 off of Alex Rowe, but he's got another lap here. No, looks like he's slowed down. I don't think he realised that he had another lap, but Lapria 2.3 seconds off. But the next car is going to be the number 28 car of Turlon, who's 11 seconds off currently. But let's see, he's going to cross the line. He improves there into P40 and he goes. And 8 seconds off. Where is the next car? The number 7 car of Shadow Destiny. He's about 3 seconds here to take P12 off of Lord Piroth. The Lamborghini seems to be really struggling at this track. And no improvement there from... or maybe a slight improvement there from Shadow Destiny, but not enough. Definitely not enough to gain P12. We've got the 777 car then of... That's not the 777 car, that's the 555 car, I think. No, I'm being completely blind. There is a 777 car. That was Joe Racing, sorry, who crossed the line. Doesn't seem to improve. Where's Lapria coming up towards the final chicane? CosmiCrusader goes into P4 there. But it looks like, oh, Alex Rowe in the background, a bit wide. I think that might be his, yep, it is his lap invalidated, so there's no improvement there from Alex Rowe. I don't really think he needs to improve. And Lapria there crosses the line, and he jumps into P3 there just at the last second. But there we have it. That's your qualifying session. Alex Rowe in P1, Ibanez in P2, and Lapria in P3. Make sure to stay tuned, because we'll be back in about 5 minutes for the race start. Right, we're on the formation lap now here for Division 3. And it seems like someone has donated. I'm not sure who it is. They may have done it when the screen wasn't showing the track. But to whoever it was, thank you very much. And we're getting ever so closer to that goal for the PS5 to stop the PS5 championships. But as we saw in qualifying, Alex Rowe then taking pole position. Second was, if I can remember, let's just check, Ibanez and Lapria in third. All these three drivers had quite a good battle last time at Brands Hatch, and they are close towards the top of the championship standings after round 1, and they're coming into this round, so it's all to play for. But I think with the track being this wet, the Aston of Alex Rowe will be able to create quite a gap, barring any collisions on the first lap into turn 1 especially, and it's definitely not going to be easy. Let's hope the drivers can keep it clean. There may be some contact. A lot of these guys are quite new, but it will only get better as we progress through the season. But to whoever donated, please let us know in the chat who it was. So I either missed it or it didn't show up. Jan saying no Porsche in Div 3. Yeah, no Porsches at all. Let's check on the drivers list. There's only Porsches who haven't turned up. Nope, not even one Porsche for Division 3. But here we go, the drivers lining up side by side now, getting ready for the race start. Who's going to get the jump into turn 1? Will it be Alex Rowe, or with the TC, the traction control on that Aston, let him down? He seems to be well ahead here on the rolling starts, but we are green there. Massive launch off the line from the Bentley of Lapria, I believe it is, and he's going to take the race lead coming down into turn 1. No, sorry, Ibanez. That's Lapria looking left and right, around the outside there into turn 1 on Alex Rowe, and he gains a position there. Looks like we've had a very clean start so far. Oh, in the background there seems to be someone off. I think that might be one of the Lamborghinis, probably Max Babdel. I'm not too sure, but Alex Rowe here having a look down the inside, had to back out of that move, and we've got Eduardo now catching back up to this train. But yeah, definitely a very clean start to the race, and yes, it was Max Babdel who lost it there into turn 1, but we seem to have someone off wide. I think it's the number 21, Merryhammer, slightly wide there. We've got a bit of a battle in the background. That's Messo having to go defensive there. Oh, there's been a collision in the background. Oh, well, somehow Lord Pirith has been able to hold onto that. I think that may have been not exactly sure who that was who punted in from behind. I think it may have been Merryhammer. No, sorry, not Merryhammer. One of the Astons, Obut I think it was, who's dropped down all the way down to P13. CosmiCrusader hasn't had the best start to the race either. It doesn't look like he's got much damage or any damage on the car, so he may have lost it on his own somewhere, and he's going to have to gain all these positions back. There's been a bit of contact there between Obut and Joe Racing 62. We are 3 wide here, and I think they need to calm down slightly. Joe Racing 62 has the inside here, going quite slow at the moment, but I think once the nerves settle, they should be okay. The Lamborghini there of Shadow Destiny a bit deep into the chicane. Obut hanging on there, but a bit sideways through the final corner. I think Obut may be on the controller, but here we go. We're side by side coming down in towards turn 1. Turlon and Joe Racing 62. Looks like Joe Racing has got his car slightly ahead there. I'm not sure if the Lamborghini is going to need to be later on the brakes if he wants to get this move done. Very late on the brakes from the Lamborghini, and he's Oh, gone very deep into turn 1, and he's lost pretty much all those positions there, and he's going to be on the back of this train as we enter turn 2 here. This long right-hander, so easy to run wide and get onto the green stuff, which is not what you want to do. It's so slippery in these conditions. I believe it is just green paint, not AstroTurf. But yeah, it's very slippery in these wet conditions. We switch back to the battle for P2, and I was saying, I thought Alex Rowe would pull away from Ibanez, but it seems not to be the case. Ibanez has got a 2.3 second lead to Alex Rowe. Eduardo there staying within a second to La Pria. So he's got some very good pace in the Audi. But a bit deep there into that. Let's call it a hairpin. I do know the corner names, but I'm not going to attempt to pronounce them because they are. I'm going to make a fool of myself. But we go back to this battle for P7. That's Meso and Merryhammer. Meso holding on there, but Merryhammer's very close. Just 3/10 separating these two drivers. Merryhammer slightly deep on the entry there. Oh, he seems to be missing the apexes slightly, and that's allowing Various Sky, also very new to the SimZone. He has been in our Discord, but has only just recently signed up, and he is closing into Merryhammer ever so slightly. You saw that last time around. He was about 2.4 seconds back, and now he's just within a second. He should have a bit of slipstream coming down towards turn 1. And he's now reeling in the Aston of Merryhammer. And likewise, Alex Rowe is reeling in Ibanez here. So a good start to the race for Ibanez, but it's slowly slipping away from him. Alex Rowe is catching up, and Eduardo now falling behind. These two are pretty much within a second already. So the Aston now, maybe Alex Rowe taking a bit of time to warm up, maybe the nerves settling down, and he's now got into the groove, and he's hunting down Ibanez in that Bentley there. The question is, will he be able to get past? I know Barcelona much wider than Brands Hatch. But once again, whoever donated, please let us know who you are in the comments. But here we go, Alex Rowe. Gap still says 1 second, so Ibanez managing that gap so far. Maybe he's picked up the pace and responded to the pressure from Alex Rowe here. It seems like he's opening that gap now, is Ibanez. We go down to this battle, P6, Paul Moy holding on to P6. Meso's just behind him though. He's closed the gap over these last 2 laps, and we've pretty much nearly got a 4-car train. That's Merryhammer, who's now having to defend from Various Sky. These two not too far off of the 2 just ahead, and Merryhammer's definitely going to have to go defensive. No, he seems to have got a better exit there. They're keeping kind of the middle of the track at the moment. I think he's trying to break the slipstream here as he moves back over to the racing line. He should be okay coming to turn 1. That's Paul Moy and Meso side by side here. Meso's going to try it around the outside. He's got a bit deep there. He's all over the inside curb, and he's not going to be able to make that move stick. These two are losing seconds to the 2 behind them. You can see there in the background they are closing in. If I were Merryhammer and Various Sky, I'd be working together to catch this train up ahead of me. But Paul Moy slightly wide there. They're going to be side by side. Oh, Paul Moy, I think it's just the camera angles we have. I think he had plenty of space there, but he's gone a bit deep. Meso trying to get this inside line, but it's definitely not easy to pass that massive Bentley. Paul Moy riding the inside curb there, and the Aston of Merryhammer very sideways, but he's held it together, and they are catching up Cord, I think, in the Audi just in front, the yellow and red Audi we see. But this is pretty much a 4-car battle. Various Sky dropping off slightly, and maybe a mistake in the previous corner. This is a great battle we've got going on here for P6. Poor Moy doing a great job of defending, and yes, they are catching up Cord. The gap now 1.6 seconds, and Poor Moy's gone slightly wide there. He's going to cut back in to get a late apex, so he saved that one very nicely. And Meso wasn't able to capitalise on that mistake. But Merryhammer, oh, I thought he had a look down the inside there. Definitely would have been a risky move. And the Bentley of Poor Moy just jumping over those sausage curbs on the inside. And Accord now seems to be struggling quite a lot here. It's going to be a 5-car train from P5 to P9. And that is Meso having another look down the inside. Poor Moy's going defensive. Can Meso try around the outside this time? No, he's not close enough to do so. Accord's going to be feeling the pressure as we come onto the 4th lap now. Poor Moy's side by side there with Meso. Meso's going to try that outside line. He's really trying here to get past, but Poor Moy with a brilliant defensive drive so far. Kenny saying, I think it will be the wettest race of the day, probably. Yeah, we usually see the track drying up as we get towards Division 1. But let's see. We never know here with the variable weather. Poor Moy going defensive once again. There's no room for Meso to get past. And now that's Merryhammer down the inside of Meso. And they're going to be side by side here. I don't think Merryhammer's going to get that job done. And Meso sticks to the racing line here. And oh, he's gone very deep there. Merryhammer a bit sideways, but Meso's going to have to be careful when rejoining. He's lost all those places, and now he's at the back of the train. Let's quickly switch to this battle for P1. Ibanez is holding on, but a big slide there from Ibanez. Oh, he's kept out of the wall. He's kept it on the black stuff here, but he's definitely feeling the pressure from Alex Rowe directly behind him as we come towards the final chicane now. You can see how wet the track is just by the standing water there on the entrance to that final chicane. Maybe even as with not the most stable setup, you can see the rear end quite loose through most of these corners. Has Alex Rowe spotted that? Can he capitalise on any mistakes that Ibanez makes in the next 20 minutes? But let's switch to this battle very, very quickly. Various Sky is closing up on Merryhammer. These two have been battling since the start of the race, and Various Sky playing the patient game, playing the waiting game here, just biding his time because he's got plenty of opportunities here in this race to make any moves, and definitely doesn't want to be pushing too hard and possibly making a mistake himself. But you can see different lines from these three drivers. Various Sky hugging the inside for a bit longer. They've caught back up to Poor Moy, who's actually losing some time to Cord now. So Cord pulling away, and Merryhammer very wide there. Can Various Sky hold it round the outside, coming down here into the next corner? I think he has. Merryhammer all over the grass there. But he managed to get it back on track, and he's lost that position. So the patience of Various Sky there paying off. And he moves up into P8, with Poor Moy still defending P6. Now Poor Moy's going to have Various Sky all over the back of him shortly, unless Poor Moy can pull away here. He does have the pace to do so, but consistency in these conditions is very, very difficult. And I am saying cracking battle here in this pack. Definitely is. And once again, whoever has donated, please let us know, because it hasn't shown up on screen. Or whoever donated has done it while we were on the track screen. And Various Sky very deep on the brakes of the chicane. Merryhammer there. He cut the corner, and he's got to stop go 10 seconds here. That wasn't very clever from Merryhammer at all. And we saw him there jumping over the sausage curb before the final chicane. He's going to have to give up these positions, I think. He's got to stop go 10 anyways. So the game penalising him there for cutting the track. But yeah, I'm not exactly sure what he was thinking. But he's going to lose a number of positions due to that stop go 10-second penalty. And the battle at the top is still ravaging on here. Alex Rowe, who is definitely closer than in 7/10 of a second, but a bit deep there into that corner, into that left-hander. But now we go down this back straight towards the hairpin, and I think a very bad exit there from Ibanez. Alex Rowe looking to the outside here. Is he going to go for the switchback? I think he's tried it. No, he's not got enough of a good exit to get that move done, and obviously Ibanez covered that move off. He saw that coming from a mile off then. He anticipated that and covered off the switchback. But let's go back to this battle. Looks like Merryhammer's lost the position. Oh, he's made contact there with Paul Moy. That's not what we want to see at all. A bit late in the brakes there from Merryhammer, and Paul Moy's not going to be happy with that. He's going to have to do all that work over again. He's having such a great defensive battle, but Merryhammer is going to have to serve this stop-go at some point. And deep once again into that corner. Bit of a concertina effect there. He's gone deep once again through this final chicane. I think should serve his stop-go now. There we go. Has Paul Moy recovered? He has, and he hasn't actually lost a huge amount of time. There's still, with those two battling in front, there is still a chance that he can catch up. But it looks like Various Sky has checked out here. Likewise as Cord. Those two driving in a bit of no man's land at the moment. But we'll keep an eye on the deltas. Meso and Oboot still battling it out here for P7. Pardon me. Just going to quickly switch these camera angles. There we go. Yeah, what a shame for Paul Moy. I think that was going to be one of his best races of the season so far. Meso still holding on here. Oboot looking strong. We know how good the Aston is in the rain. Oboot did qualify further up the order, but had a bad start. Don't think he's got any damage. There we go. The stop-go of Merryhammer is cleared, and he's dropping down right down the order there. So I think he's not going to cut that final corner again after receiving that stop-go. Meso seems to have better consistency than Oboot. Oboot struggling through this final, or this second sector at least. But we know both these cars very good in the wet. The Aston probably slightly better. We'll switch back to this battle for the lead. Alex Rowe hasn't been able to get close enough for an overtaking opportunity. Ibanez is keeping his cool here and holding on. Pretty much just minding his own business. Hasn't really had to defend too much. But Alex Rowe definitely has the pace. It's just the consistency that some of these Aston drivers are lacking to be able to go for these moves. And I'm sure some of these curbs are catching them off guard. But the gap's coming down 8/10. It seems to be even less than that, but that might just be our camera angle, our trackside camera angle here. And once again, different lines. Alex Rowe going in a bit hot, and he's definitely closing that gap. It's about 5/10, 4/10 between these two now. But you can see they're different lines. I think the Bentley here of Ibanez through that second sector seems to be much quicker. But we'll see as they come up towards the hairpin. These two are the closest on track as we speak. Paul Moy is catching up to Oboot now. Meso's made a mistake. He's down into P9. Kenny saying getting closer to PS5. Yeah, I assume it was Kenny who donated then. So thank you very much for that. Now remember, if you do appreciate the streams, please make sure to donate so we can get onto the new version as soon as possible. It will still be races for PS4 sorry, on Sundays. But we're looking to add PS5 possibly on Saturdays as well. here we go, these two still separated by back to 9/10 now, so it's as if Alex Rowe catches up in the first sector, then loses it all in the second and third. And it's just that repeating cycle here. See, back down to 7/10 now. Maybe a slight mistake from Ibanez. But we've still got 16 drivers here out on track, 3 Lamborghinis. All very new to ACC, I think. All down towards 14th, 15th and 16th. Having a pretty lonely race at the moment, but you never know, anything can go wrong for one of the drivers ahead. Max Babdale is only 17 seconds behind Merryhammer, and Turlon likewise only 15 seconds behind Shadow Destiny, so one spin could cause them to lose a position. Eduardo 2.8 seconds back to La Paria, so La Paria, Alex Rowe and Ibanez, P1, P2 and P3 pretty much where they qualified, apart from Alex Rowe being in P1 and Ibanez in P2. But a big slide there from Ibanez, and that's going to allow Alex Rowe to close the gap right up here. Not as much as I thought he would have, but he's going to be able to even more now, and he's going to be right at the back of him as we enter the final corner here. Just 11 minutes left of this race. Alex Rowe's going to have the run now coming down towards turn 1. He seems to have got a better exit. He's going to have the slipstream. Look at the closing speed here from the Aston Martin of Alex Rowe. He's waiting to the last second to pull out the slipstream. A bit of indecisiveness there from Alex Rowe, and he's going to be later on the brakes into turn 1. Has he got it done? Can he get this car stopped in time? Yes, he has, but Ibanez ran the outside here. He's gone for the switchback, and he's going to have the inside for the next corner. Unbelievable driving from both these two. And Alex Rowe not able to make it stick. But a great attempt and brilliant driving from these two. Top class here in Division 3. And I'm sure we'll be seeing these two in Division 2 next season. But Alex Rowe just needs to keep trying that. He needs to keep putting on the pressure to Ibanez, force him into a mistake, to be able to get that opportunity, because as it stands, if Alex Rowe just keeps driving as he is, and he's run wide there, one of the cars rejoining. That was very, very close there from one of the Lamborghinis. Not exactly sure. Shadow Destiny carrying some heavy damage. That was Max Babdel there. He's going to need to move out the way here for Alex Rowe. Very shortly there, you can see they're just dropping the wheel onto the curb, under the braking zone, in the braking zone even. But seems to be on control. He's definitely going to have to get out of the way shortly. Possibly here is the best position to give it up. There we go, and Alex Rowe is going to... No, I'm not sure why Max Babdel here is trying to defend. I'm not sure if he is aware that he needs to give the place up. But I'm sure Alex Rowe is going to get it done on this straight. Yeah, Max Babdel seems to be trying to defend here. There doesn't seem to be blue flags on the track, which is very odd, unless I've missed it. But yeah, the marshal's not really waving blue flags, and Max Babdel, very sideways there, and let's hope he doesn't collide. Well, I'm not sure how he saved that. Oh, I spoke too soon. Yeah, I think Max Babdel here, very new to ACC even, so we're given the benefit of the doubt. But luckily there was no contact, but Alex Rowe's lost so much time, 5.5 seconds to Ibanez. TFJ saying, nice fights, hope we can do the same in Division 2. Let's hope. We've got a full grid, I believe, for Division 2. Shadow Destiny into the pits for his damage repairs then. Various Sky within a second to Eduardo. This is a battle to watch out for. Boots closing the gap to Cord as well. Shadow Destiny then losing a position to Turlon. And that's what I mentioned earlier. One mistake from one of those drivers can cause you to lose a position, and it's evidently happened. Turlon goes up into P15. Various Sky, I think, losing some time here to Eduardo. And I must say, it's not easy to be consistent in these conditions whatsoever. But let's switch to Oboot and Cord. This is going to be quite a battle to look out for. Just 6 minutes, oh, just under 7 minutes left of this race to go. And these two within a second of each other. Oh, that's a massive spin from Cord, and just wanted to say hello there to Oboot, but unfortunately Cord losing that position. And we've seen a number of drivers lose it there through the second to last corner, or the second to last corner, the third to last corner even, because you've got the chicane and the fast right-hander after that. Yeah, it's so easy to go a bit too deep there, run a bit wide, and as soon as you get onto that curb, you've lost the rear of the car and it's game over. TFJ and Sima saying love tap, little kiss. Yeah, it was. I think Cord just saying hello. Maybe a bit of a handshake there as well. And they had some contact. But yeah, no fault of Oboot at all. And I don't think Cord's going to be angry with anyone else apart from himself. But look at this, Lord Piroth and Joe Racing 62. They're only about, oh, it did say 1.7 seconds. It's much more than that now. Joe Racing 62 has dropped 3 seconds back. Maryhammer and CosmiCrusader separated by 2 seconds. CosmiCrusader had a strong qualifying, I believe, if I can remember correctly, but he dropped down the order towards the start. Acro saying romantic race. TFJ saying his mirror stopped working, so you have to see him, see behind him that way. Yep, that's a good way to look at what's behind you. Do a bit of a pirouette, but he lost the position in the process, so not the most strategic decision, I must say. Alex Rowe now 7.2 seconds back to Ibanez, and the closest two probably going to be Various Sky and Eduardo. They're coming up to some traffic. That's Max Babdel, and who is that? Oh, that's Eduardo and Various Sky. Max Babdel, there we go. I think he's moving out the way now. There we go. He has realised sometimes the game is a bit dodgy with blue flags. So like I said earlier, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt, and he didn't really cause any trouble that time around. But these two, Various Sky and Eduardo, very, very close now. Eduardo didn't have the best of races in round 1, and I think made quite a few mistakes, but he's calmed down this time around, and he's holding on to a very strong P4, which would be some good points for him in the championship. But Various Sky very, very close as well, so we don't know what's going to happen between these two. And we've also got Meso closing the gap to Cord after Cord's spin. So obviously he lost that position to Oboot, then he's lost another position to Cord, to Paul Moy, so I think Cord's made another mistake somewhere. And now he has to fear Meso, who's closing the gap. And we saw these two, Lord Piroth and Joe Racing 62. The gap was 3 seconds, it's come down to 1.6 now. So Joe Racing with a pace advantage in the last few minutes of this race. Can he close in the gap though? It's 1.6 seconds, it might even be more as we head into the third sector. Nope, it's still 1.6 seconds. And looks like Merryhammer has caught up to the back of CosmiCrusader. CosmiCrusader's gone wide there. He has to be very, very careful on those curbs. He can easily send you flying into the wall. But he's been able to keep it together with that mighty Lexus. You can see they're just spitting flames. And Merryhammer is going to be eager to get this move done. Just 2 minutes left on the clock. Can he do it? He's going to have a look. Oh, well, I'm not sure what happened there to CosmiCrusader. He's all over the curb, but he's holding it around the outside. And a compromise entry there from CosmiCrusader. Merryhammer's going to have a look here, coming down the start-finish straight. Look how close he is through that final corner. And then once again, both of them all over the exit curb. They need to be careful because one lap or another, it's going to end in tears for one of them. But the Lex is so quick on the straights, and I don't think the Aston's been able to keep up. So into turn one we go, and CosmiCrusader holds on. That is one of the Lamborghinis. I think that might be Turlon. Yes, it is. But here we go, leader on the final lap now. So Ibanez. The gap's actually come back down between Ibanez and Alex Rowe, but I think it's a little too late. Ibanez has had a very strong defense this race. Obviously started on second, got the jump into turn one, which is exactly what he needed to hold on and get this race win, but obviously it's not over yet. We can still see a mistake from Ibanez, but I'm sure he's not going to be pushing the car whatsoever on this final lap. Eduardo and Various Sky still P4 and P5. And only 1.4 seconds separating both of those. 1.6 separating Lord Piroth and Joel Racing, who's got passed. So up into P10 goes Joel Racing 62. CosmiCrusader's lost that position to Merryhammer, whereas our race leader coming up towards the third sector now for the last time here. Some of the drivers in the comments saying if they can do a spin that Cord did, just to say hello to each other. But here we go, Ibanez is going to round off the final corner, and a great finish. Good points here for Ibanez. I'm sure he's going to be very happy with that result. Crosses the line in P1. And there we go. Alex Rowe is going to cross the line in P2. A very strong race from Alex Rowe, but just wasn't able to get past the mighty Bentley of Ibanez. Laparia then is going to round off the final corner now, and a finish in P3. Very strong finish from Laparia, and that rounds off the podium here for Division 3. Eduardo is going to finish in P4. And Various Sky is going to finish in P5. Obut is going to finish in P6. Heading off the final corner now. He's been able to hold on. And Paul Moy in P7. Yep, that's, I believe, Max Babdale just in front. He's going to finish in P14. And P8 is going to be Meso. And Cord in P9, Joe Racing in P10, Blood Peralth in P11, Merryhammer is going to cross the line in P12 after getting past CosmiCrusader. Is going to finish in P13. Oh, in the background that was Shadow Destiny there, but getting loose over the exit curb on the final corner. Talon's going to finish in P15, and then Shadow Destiny in P16. What a race we had in Division 3. But we'll be back very shortly here for Division 2. Make sure to stay tuned, and we'll be back very shortly. Okay, everyone, we are back here for Division 2 now. And we've got a full grid here. A couple reserves, I Am Slow and Leo here are both reserves for this round. And we currently have SimZone on provisional pole on a 151.972 with SkyFu just 600ths behind. And it's already looking very, very close here in Division 2. Yaroslav there in P3, just 3/10ths off. Muzzy in P4, 6/10ths off. The track has just gone from, I believe, damp to wet. So we may... I'm sure the drivers are going to be on wet tyres at the moment. There's no way slicks are going to work whatsoever. But the next car across the line is going to be the number 6 car. And that is going to be Alexbar. Let's see if he can find any more time. Currently sitting in P12, 2.4 seconds off as he crosses the line. Now puts it into P7 there. Does gain quite a bit of time, which is good to see. But make sure, if you haven't done so already, to donate using the link pinned in the comments. Help us get onto the PS5 version as well, which should be on Saturdays. Once we have the funds to do so, the more you donate, the more people that donate, the quicker we can get onto it. And we'll obviously still cater for the PS4 version as well on Sundays. But sorry, just looking here, Yaroslav puts it on pole, provisional pole with a 151.648, pipping SimZone there and pushing him down towards P2. We know at the Aston, as we saw on Division 3, it's very quick in the rain, but SimZone not able to improve just yet. He is on a lap currently, I believe, but the next car is the number 28 car, if we can find him. There we go, Muzzy in the Aston. Has he found any more time? And he crosses the line. There we go, he has a lot of time, almost 7/10ths there, and he puts it into P3. So the top 4 very, very close in this qualifying session. With just 2 minutes left to go, who else is going to improve? The 222 car of Akril is going to cross the line there, puts it into P5, also within a second now. And then the number 43 car as well. Winter is going to cross the line here. He does improve, but not by much at all. So stays in P15. There's a few drivers that haven't been able to put in a time yet. The Devil's Son and Walker, they'll need to get one in as soon as possible. But the number 420 car, Fast Matt's currently 2.5 seconds off. Does improve there, puts it into P11. And oh, we've got Simo, takes back provisional pole there, 151.1 from Simo, almost 5/10ths quicker than Yaroslav in P2, who's coming towards the final corner now. Has the Aston driver found any more time? I think he may have, and he crosses the line there. No, nothing. So this will be his last chance to improve. Muzzy in the pits, so he doesn't think he can get any more time out of his car. SkyFu has just recently started a lap. We're currently sitting in P4. Let's quickly take a look at the championship standings. Here we go. So coming into this round, SimZone sitting on P1 with 61 points, SkyFu in P2 on 55, Acra in P3 on 50, the Devil's Son in P4 on 45, Chem Candy on 41 points in P5, Yaroslav on 37 points in P6, Melik on 33 points in P7, Dimmajusta on 29 points in P8, TFS Tequilita on 26 points in P9, and Speedy to round off the top 10 on 23 points. But I believe all of these drivers are racing, are on track at the moment. So none of them not attending, which is good to see. They're all on track. Yep, they should all be on track. So it's still going to be very close in the championship. But we're reaching the end of this qualifying session. And looks like the 107 car of SimZone is about to cross the line here. Has he found any more time? He crossed the line there. No, doesn't seem like he has. I believe that was SkyFu who's going to come across next. No, the number 11 car. That is, if we can find them, Speedy in P14. The only Porsche out on track. Finished quite strong last time at Brands Hatch, but in the wet, the Porsche not the best car, but he does put it into P12. SkyFu crosses the line in P3 there. Who else have we got? Demojuster's just crossed the line, puts it to P6. Acreo is still on a lap. We've got the number 14 car who just crossed the line, that was K-Pote in P15. The number 992 car now, which will be... Oh, looks like Walker hasn't been able to put in a lap time. The 992 car is the Devil's Son in the Lamborghini. He'll be the next car to cross the line. Then it'll be Acreo in the 222. And then it will be Armobic, who I believe has his qualifying session over already, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. So it's just these two then who we're waiting for. Devil's Son rounding off the final corner. Oh, a big slide there, and I think that's his lap over, his qualifying session over. No, not Armobic, sorry. Acreo is going to cross the line. No improvement that time around. So there we have it. Simo Mello takes pole position once again. Yaroslav in second and SkyFu in third. So make sure to stay tuned. We'll be back very shortly for this 45-minute race in Division 2. Right, we're back on the formation lap here for Division 2, and before we get going, just want to remind everyone once again to donate if you haven't done so already. The more donations we get, the quicker we can move on to the PS5 version, which we run alongside PS4 as well. Here we go, Simo, Mello and Yaroslav lining up side by side. They're going to be on the front row together. Simo, Mello a few tenths quicker in that qualifying session, but now we're on a greasy track, so not as wet as it was before. I think Kenny's prediction in the comments was correct. Division 3 is probably going to be the wettest race we have of the evening. But mixed conditions always seem to be much more difficult. Who's going to get the jump into turn 1? We saw last time the Bentley with a much better start. We are green there. Simo Mello off to a very good start. Oh, Yaroslav moving over there, almost making contact with SkyFu. But looks like we are. Simo Mello should be able to hold on. SkyFu, is he going to have that inside? It's going to be questionable. The Audi there, that seems to be 10 TFS. Just making a move there on SkyFu as well. A bit of contact between the two, and I think SkyFu. Oh, he's kept out the wall there. That's just a camera angle. Let's quickly change that. There we go. But slight bit of contact between the two. 10 TFS. I don't think he's been able to get past. SkyFu continues the race. Oh, we're 3 wide there. 10 TFS just backing out. That's Muzzy, I think, around the outside of SkyFu. He's going to have the inside for the next corner. Can he hold on? He's run slightly wide onto the grass though. But he should be able to get that stopped in time. There we go. You can see Akril in the background, followed by one Alexba, who is on the outside. They're not exactly where you want to be, and looks like the Bentley of Kemcan. He's going to have a look up the inside. No, backs out of that move. There, Speedy also very close in this battle. Fast Matt there in P12, Mobik in P13, Melik. Oh, he's dropped right down the order there. I think he's made a mistake somewhere. He doesn't seem to have any damage whatsoever, but oh, we've got flying bollards into the air. Maybe someone running slightly too wide. But let's go back to... Actually, let's quickly watch this battle. Looks like Melik's trying to go for a move. No, sorry, that's Windsor, who probably was defending from, I believe that's Walker. Well, it's a very nice livery there on that number 17 Audi. But he's looking up the inside there of I'm slow, but can't get it done. Let's quickly switch back to the race leader, Simo Mello. He's checked out already, but the battle for P2 is still on. Yaroslav and Demijusta in the Audi battling out here for second position. Muzzy's dropped off from this battle, and oh, he's got SkyFu and 10 TFS who are going side by side into turn 1. You can see there the dry line already forming, so these drivers will be on slicks. If they're on dries, they're going to be I mean, if they're on wets, they're going to be struggling here. Akril there, I think down the inside of the Devil Sun, just defending that position. The Devil Sun pushing him around there, a bit of a nudge, but luckily nothing major between those two. And I'm sure those who have started on wets, Kemcan and J Melik already into the pits for their mandatory stop. Just getting it out very early, maybe even starting on the wrong tyres. And if they have, it won't be that much of a big deal, because in Division 2 here, you do have a mandatory tyre change. But the question is, will they get their pressures right? SkyFu ever so sideways there, started second, or third I think, and now he's all the way down to P6, and he's getting swarmed by Akril and the Devil Sun. The Devil Sun with a move there on Akril. Up into P7 he goes, and he's trying to look for a move here, bouncing all over those curbs, but trying to look for a move here on SkyFu. Look at that, he's so close to the rear of SkyFu, but he's going to have to be careful. He's later on the brakes there. Oh, a bit of a dive, but he's going to keep it side by side. He's going to have to back out of this move, and SkyFu holds on to P6. But look at this, the Devil Sun really trying to go for a move. He's a bit too aggressive at the moment. It's not exactly what you want to be doing in the first few opening laps of this race, but Acrio now, he can't make it 3 wide. He's going to slot behind SkyFu to get the slipstream. Maybe for a move around the outside, but no, he's definitely not going to make that 3 wide. If he does, it's going to be a bit of carnage. And SkyFu, twice here this race, he's had to move out the way to avoid contact. I think he's being a bit too cautious on the opening lap, but he definitely doesn't have the pace at the moment. I assume he's on the wrong tyre set, is SkyFu, because he's getting swarmed by the rest of the field. And that, I think, no, that's not Fast Map, that is Leo on the back of this train. One Alexba, that's who it is, who is looking for a move here on SkyFu. Speedy around the outside here of Alexba. Can he make it stick? He's going to be forced onto the curb. Still side by side. I think he's got it done, but no. Yes, he has. Up into P9 goes Speedy. We've got a brilliant battle here for, I believe this is P8, P9, P7 even. Acro breaking away from this pack now, but SkyFu having to defend. He's definitely on the wrong tyre here. He can't be this slow in the race, but that is Alexbird trying to go for a move down the inside on Speedy. He's opened up the door though for Leo, who's run slightly wide, and he may have to back out there all over the grass. Luckily got it stopped in time, but his tyres are not going to like that one bit. He's now dropped into the clutches of Fast Matt. We've got a massive train going on here for the midfield battle. It's gonna build up and build up. As you can see, the drivers in the background just catching up now. So that's TFJ on Mobic. I think that's Walker who's gained a position on our Mobic. Yaroslav into the pits very early. Likewise SkyFu. Both of them might be on the wrong tyre set here. I think SkyFu definitely is. But it's so difficult to judge in these conditions if you haven't got enough practice in. But yeah, greasy is definitely dry tyres. Damp can even be dry tyres, depending on how wet the circuit is. But TFS and Muzzy have been going at it since pretty much the start of the race. We'll bring up the onboards now and see how the drivers are doing. So top right we've got Fast Matt, bottom right I believe we have Speedy. But 10TFS seems very quick in the practice sessions, trying to look for a move here on Muzzy, but these two, while they're battling, they've lost time to the Devil Sun and Acril, who are closing into these top two, well, not top two, P2 and P3, and this could well be a 4-car battle. Kenny saying their stream looks amazing, appreciate that, Kenny. Oh, good to see Carl in the comments as well. Getting ready for his 2-hour stint. How's the race going, Carl? Let us know. Thanks, Stuart, for the £10 donation there. Much appreciated. 10TFS. Now, I don't think you can get close enough here to Muzzy to go for that move. Ooh, I think he's got the car stopped in time. I thought he was very late on the brakes there, but obviously we're in drying conditions. I was quite used to watching the Division 3 guys with how early they had to brake. And oh, that's a stop-go 30! No, for SkyFu. And that's going to cost him a number of places. Possibly he's going to be at the back of the field after he serves that stop-go 30. And that's Acril pulling to the inside, looking for a move on the Devil Sun here. There's nothing that the Devil Sun can do. Acril with better straight line speed, but he's run deep there into turn 1. Bit of contact between the two. I think the Devil Sun a bit too optimistic with that move, and had to back out of that. But he's got plenty of opportunities in this race to gain that position. If I were him, I'd go for an undercut as soon as possible. So he's losing a lot of time to Acro. He knows he's quicker. It's just a matter of getting past. And with this dry line, you don't want to be going for overtakes on the wet side of the track. Even braking on these damp patches on the circuit will increase your braking distance, which isn't what you want. And that's Muzzy and 10TFS going side by side. I think Muzzy with a slight mistake, and that's bunched this pack even closer together. But look in the background, that's Leo, who's climbed through the field. He's already into P6 and Speedy just behind him in P7. I'm slow now into the pits for his mandatory stop. We've got this battle still going strong That's DeedeeTKU, followed by Fast Matt, then TFJ, then Walker, and our Mobic there in the Nissan in the background. That's Walker down the inside, I think, of Fast Matt. They're side by side. Can Matt hold it around the outside? Both DeedeeTKU and Matt wide there. It looks like Walker has slotted up into P10, so Matt down into P11. And we'll switch back to this battle that's going on. Looks like the DeedeeTKU, oh, that's 10 TFS pitting now. We'll bring up the onboard side by side here. Let's have a look. We've got Fast Matt's POV on the right hand side of your screen, and on the left we've got the official broadcasts. Currently watching the DeedeeTKU. We saw 10 TFS pit. Will he come out in traffic though? Has he timed that correctly? We shall indeed see. Akril has closed that gap to Muzzy. Now the gap's not 9 tenths, it's much less than that. And you can see here the Aston struggling now that the track's drying up. Wasn't as quick as it was in the wet, but Muzzy doing a great job at holding on. But he's bunching the pack up together now. And you can see on the track map how close the field is now behind Muzzy. It's absolutely crazy how bunched up this field is. But we've got Muzzy leading this pack, followed by Akril, then the DeedeeTKU, and then Leo. So another 4-car train, and soon to be 5, with Speedy closing in on these 4 as well. I think we may have had some music playing, my bad, but that's Akril having a look down the inside. There's another stop go 30 for 10 TFS. So a lot of these drivers struggling with pit entry, and that's Akril up into P2. And, oop, that's the wrong one. Leo, I think, has got the move done. No, the DeedeeTKU has got past, sorry, Leo. So, DeedeeTKU up into P4, Leo down into P5. But those stop go 30s are going to be very, very, very time consuming. Sorry about the music. Stuart saying the floor was greasy for me last night on the way home from the pub. I hope you get better soon, Stuart. But here we go, Leo pulling to the inside, waiting to the last moment to put out the slipstream. But he's got Muzzy in front. Can he go for a double overtake here? The DeedeeTKU's going to try and keep it around the outside, and he does so very well there. But he's all over the curb, and I assume the curb is drying up. But still are going to be quite deadly for some of these cars, depending on how much preload, etc. They're running on the car. And the DeedeeTKU now on the damp patch of the circuit, having to go defensive here. Can Leo hold it round the outside? He's definitely going to attempt to do so. Is he going to make it stick? He's going to have the inside for the next corner. The DeedeeTKU there all over the inside curb. And it looks like Leo has got the move done. What an overtake there from Leo. I think we've got a quick replay of that overtake. But yeah, brilliant driving from Leo. He's a reserve driver, he's keeping it clean, and he's making these moves count. But Muzzy there, a bit sideways. You can see how far Akril's put away from this pack after overtaking, I believe it was Muzzy. And these three still battling. Speedy is catching up, 2.1 seconds to Speedy behind. That's DeedeeTKU and Walker battling it out. Walker, after starting P20, wasn't able to put in a qualifying lap. He's made his way up the field. Skyfield 10 TFS now into the pits for the mandatory stop, and that's Leo facing the wrong way. Looks like the DeedeeTKU may have made contact with him, and he's going to have to get the car spun round. A very bumpy part off track there. That's a shame for Leo. He's lost a number of positions. He may even pit now that he's picked up some damage. It actually doesn't look like he's picked up damage at all. But from what it looked like, the DeedeeTKU made contact. Yeah, I think we've got a bit of damage on the front of the DeedeeTKU's car. He needs to be careful here that he doesn't speed into the pit lane, and I think he's definitely got it stopped in time. But Walker now on the back of DeedeeTKU. Let's switch this camera. Actually, let's go on board with Walker. Here we go, on board with Walker now. Can he get this move done on DeedeeTKU? Looking left, looking right. He's backed out of that. DeedeeTKU going very, very defensive here. Sticking on the dry line, you can see it so well. Got a 149 that last time around, pardon me, that last time around from Walker, his fastest lap of the race, his personal fastest lap of the race. Unfortunately, there's no way of us seeing unless we press the timetable button, but we all know what that can do to the server. But almost 15 minutes left into this past of this race, and much better exit there from Walker. Is he going to have to look down the inside? He is! A very late move down the inside, but all very deep there, and I think DeedeeTKU is going to be able to hold him into that position. Yeah, luckily Walker didn't tag the back or Speedy. That would have ended in disaster for the both of them. Simo into the pits now for his mandatory stop. DeedeeTKU all over the curb. And I believe that these curbs are quite dry now, with a lot of the drivers running over them. So we'll see more and more drivers using the full width of the track. But they are slowly catching up to Speedy. I think Speedy catching up to Muzzy now. The gap's just... We've got another 4-car battle. There's so many 4-car battles going on now. You can see Muzzy now. He's only got a second to Speedy behind. Speedy has been closed in on by DeedeeTKU and Walker. So this is a 4-car battle for the podium position. All these 4 still yet to pit. So just remember that as well. We've got Fastmat and TFJ not too far apart from each other. You can see there TFJ not the best line through turn 3. And that looks like where Matt is catching him up. Alexpa is on the back of Armobic. Alexpa's made a mistake somewhere, I believe. See, wasn't this far down the order. He's now behind Armobic, who's, I must say, doing a great job in the Nissan. Not the easiest car to drive at all by any means, and especially in these conditions. But he's doing really well here, and it seems like that Nissan suits him, his driving style. But back to this battle. Look at this 4-car train. That's DeedeeTKU pulling out. Well, I think he's going defensive against Walker, defending that inside line, but he's also trying to go for a move on Speedy, who's covered the inside line off. Speedy, oh, bit of contact between the two, and DeedeeTKU, I think, just turned in a bit too early, and he's lost that position now to Walker. Walker up into P4, nothing wrong there, but look at this, Speedy hassling the back of, oh, Muzzy, bit of contact between the two. Oh no, that's Muzzy round, and they're going to have to get past here. Speedy a bit too late on the brakes, and Muzzy's not going to be happy with that at all. Look how many positions he's lost. He's just rejoined in front of Armobic and wisely decides to pit there. But what a shame there. You can see the slightest of taps, and Speedy, not a dirty driver at all, but miscalculated his braking zone ever so slightly. But Walker down the inside of Speedy there, into P2 goes Walker. And Speedy looking to go for an instant reply, and I think he can. Walker very, very wide there onto the damp patch, and lost all grip, I think. And now that's Speedy back up into P2. Walker back down to P3. Fastmat and TFJ still within a second of each other. We love these trees in the way of our camera angles, don't we? But yeah, Fastmat's definitely closing the gap. He's closing in every lap here by a 10th or so. The question is, when will he be able to get the move done? I know he's been struggling a bit in these conditions, especially with the McLaren. These mid-engined cars really don't like these mixed conditions at all. You have to get the pressures perfect for them to handle the way you want them to. Very late on the brakes there for Fastmat. I think TFJ a bit too early on the brakes, but Fastmat's lost some time in that last sector. They were much closer than this in Sector 1. But looking further down the order, I'm Slow and Leo. These two, both reserves, starting at the back of the grid, now met on track here after their pit stops. And Leo, don't think is wide. I think he's just taking the normal racing line there, following the dry racing line. But these two are definitely ones to watch out for. Let's bring back up the onboard so we can have a look at the battle between TFJ and Fastmat as well. And it looks like Walker having to defend here against Speedy. Speedy trying it around the outside there. There's not going to be much grip around the outside. And I don't think he's close enough to try that move. So Walker holds on, but he's holding on for dear life. John Wells saying the greasy floor video should go viral. Just reading the comments now. Carl, Mr. CJ saying good luck everyone. He's going to his race, yeah, good luck. Adam saying he's not even seen Greasy in the practice server. Oh, it's been Greasy quite a few times in fact. It's been Greasy and Damp I think for the majority, and occasionally there's been some medium rain. But it's pretty much a roll of the dice. Obviously Division 3 being very, very wet, Division 2 being greasy, and we might even have damp for Division 1, who knows. Might have all three in one evening. Get Fastmat closing, I'm not really closing, but keeping that distance the same, relatively the same to TFJ up in front. Now these two obviously still have to serve their mandatory stop, and it doesn't look like Fastmat has dived into the pits just yet. Oh no, I lied. There we go. He dives into the pits now, and there we go. Fastmat into the pits. Speedy also into the pits, so Fastmat following him through, and a perfect stop there, or perfect entrance for Fastmat. You can see him there just adjusting his tyre pressures. Walker has got some clean air now, time to focus and relax even. But there we go, Leo closing up to the back of Muzzy after we saw the incident with Muzzy and Speedy. Unfortunately it happens in racing, but it wasn't anything silly from either of the drivers. Muzzy now having to defend from Leo in P13. They've also got Ken Candy very close behind. Muzzy very wide there, getting onto the exit sausage curb. This can really mess you up, especially if you're running really low ride heights. But the Aston seems to be okay. Let's just hope Muzzy doesn't get involved in any more incidents. Leo, we know from this race alone, has been a very, very clean driver, and he's going to have the slipstream now coming down towards turn 1. Muzzy's staying to the racing line. It's quite surprising that he hasn't pulled towards the inside. There we go, now he does. But back over to the racing line. That's his defensive move done. I think Leo's going to have a look here. Very late on the brakes from Leo, and I think very early on the brakes for Muzzy. I think just backed out of that. He knows Leo's quicker, but we can see here Fastmat has come out even closer after the pit stops to, pardon me, Speedy, and these two will be continuing to battle until the end. Let's hope. I'm sure Speedy's not going to want Fastmat, that McLaren, all over the back of him for another 22 minutes. It's going to be some serious pressure if he is there for the entirety of the race. Pardon me. And it looks like DeedeeTKU is closing in on this battle, so we've got a 3-car battle now for P9. DeedeeTKU much later on the brakes there. He had the inside, but I think Fastmat might be able to hold it around the outside here. Is he going to run wide? He's still within track limits. No, DeedeeTKU with a good move up the inside there. Up into P10 he goes. And now let's put a car in between Fastmat and Speedy. Looks like DeedeeTKU on a roll here. Can he get past Speedy though? You can see that Leo in the background now catching up. Muzzy might even join into this train, and Kem Candy not too far behind either. DeedeeTKU has been extremely close since the start. We've got all 20 drivers still in the race. Skyfu batting with 10 TFS. Yep, cameraman, that's not what we want to see. There we go. I think the cameraman might be half asleep on his job. looking at the trees instead. We want to watch racing, not nature at the moment. So SkyFu closing the gap to 10 TFS. He's had a mare of a race. Started probably on the wrong tyre set. Wrong tyres. I think he may have started on wet tyres, you know. Definitely had the pace for a top 2, but that's going to massively extend the championship lead for Simo Mello. And of course we do have a drop round, and I think this is definitely going to be SkyFu's drop round, unless of course he misses a race. Then that will count as his drop round. TFJ now into the pits. Just look how close these this grid is. We've got DeedeeTKU followed by, let's change his camera angle very, very quickly. Oh, that wasn't going to happen. There we go. Let's hope they update this spectator mode as well for the PS5 version. But DeedeeTKU followed by Speedy. Oh, a bit of a collision there. I think a concertina effect. I think Fastmat may have tagged the back of Speedy and then Leo tagged the back of Fastmat, or the other way around. But that allowed Speedy to open a slight gap to these two behind, and looks like now Muzzy has joined in the fun in this battle. Luckily no one getting spun round in that hairpin. You can see behind that's Chem Candy now and I'm Slow, both battling out for P11. Our Mobic having to defend from Alexba. This has been such a great race so far, and I think this season is definitely going to be the best season we've had. And oh, our Mobic going very, very defensive. We know how quick the Nissan is on the straights, but with the slipstream, the McLaren not so good on top end either. But he's having a look down the inside, and no, our Mobic holds on to that position. Actually, I think the McLaren might have decent top end on this version, but I know on PC it's been nerfed quite a bit in terms of BOP as well. But our Mobic really feeling the pressure now. He's going to go back over to the racing line, and no space for Alexba to get past just yet. And look how close he is. You can't even see that McLaren behind just because of how low it is. And obviously the Nissan being quite a beefy car. Walker into the pits for his mandatory stops, the last driver to serve their stops. We'll switch back to this battle. Look at this, 3-4 car battle now for I think it might even be 5 car battle. Speedy not too far up ahead. So Speedy leading this train, followed by Leo, then TFJ behind, Fastmat and Muzzy all battling out. And they've got no more stops left to do, so it's just on track battles now. Melik and SkyFu both into the pits, so they've either had some damage somewhere. So that's Melik's going once again. SkyFu's still stopped there. Seems that the camera angle is reset. Oh, a stop go 30 for J Melik. That's going to drop him down the order of SkyFu does get out in time. It seems that every time we go into the pit lane. Oh, that's Leo with a move down the inside of Speedy into turn 1. We know Leo's much later in the brakes than a lot of these drivers, and he's got the car stopped in time. Up into P6 he goes. But as I was saying, every time a driver enters the pits and when we're watching them, it seems like the camera angle's reset. So apologies for that, but that's just the game, unfortunately. Leo now is going to look to pull away from the rest of this pack. You can see after Walker's pit stop he's joined just at the back of these guys. This is a brilliant racing, honestly. I'm sure a lot of these drivers are going to be happy, apart from SkyFu, I think, and Melik, and even 10 TFS, who they all had very good pace in qualifying, but unfortunately the race hasn't gone very well from them, picking up some penalties due to speeding in the pit lane, etc. Look at this, Walker. Is he going to go for a move here on Muzzy? Muzzy going defensive, but a late move from Walker down the inside. Muzzy leaving the door wide open, but he's going to go for a switchback here. No, can't quite get it done. And Walker holds on to P9 And he sets his sights for Fast Matt just up ahead. Oh, that's Muzzy very, very wide there. He's kept it out of the gravel, luckily. Jan in the comments saying rooting for TFJ, Fast Matt and Windsor. All doing very well so far in this race. So back to this battle we go. You can see there in the background there's another 3-car battle going on. Jay Malik now into the pits for his stop go 30, but Simo Mello once again clear of the rest of the field, hasn't got anyone to worry about whatsoever. And same as Yaroslav really. He's pretty much lapping on his own at the moment. He's had quite a dominant race so far. Acro as well. He's got Dimmer just 7 seconds behind though, so still it's not over yet. Well, you never know, Dimmer just could easily close that gap down. There could be a mistake from Acro as well. So still these two, Dimmer just could be a threat to Acro. Leo seems to be closing in the gap to Dimmer just as well. So Leo looking for 4th place, but look at this battle in the background. We've got 5 cars and soon to be I think 8 or even 9 there in the background, because that is Chem Candy. Although they were much closer the last time we spoke about them. Skyfu there in the background is actually a lap down, a couple laps down, so he's not in the battle. But Chem Candy and I'm Slow having a great battle since their 2nd stint. I think they've been inseparable there. Skyfu trying to get past, but obviously he's a lap down. He doesn't really want to get involved in this battle, and I think he might even have to move out the way here for One Lexba, who is closing in on this pack as well. Let's see what Skyfu will do. He's going to try and get past here, not really advisable. Obviously he is allowed to unlap himself if he has the pace to stay ahead. Slow Wolf there. Not Slow Wolf. I was too used to saying Slow Wolf. I'm Slow there, just letting him pass. I think he knows it's quicker. So he's possibly going to try and follow him through, but that's allowed One Alexa to close back up to I'm Slow, and that's now put him in a position for losing another position. Well, I said position twice, but whatever. That's put him in a position for losing P12. That's better. And they seem to be losing some time to Chem Candy as well, while battling quite hard. And that is... oh, I thought One Alexa had that inside line. I'm Slow maybe struggling with the tyres. It's not easy to get the tyre pressures correct for the second half of the race. Track still 34 degrees in temperature. But this heavy braking zone is such a good opportunity to make a move, but no, One Alexa too far back. Maybe he went for a little bit of a dummy, but I don't think he's close enough to get I Am Slow to fall for that. And we'll switch back to this battle. Muzzy looking for a move on Fast Matt. Walker now leading this train. He was at the back of it a few laps ago after his pit stop, and now he's at the front, so you can see how much quicker he is. And now he's going to look to gap this pack behind him. Speedy still holding on to P7, but TFJ much quicker in a straight line. He's going to have a look down the inside there. He's going to be later on the brakes. He is. Can he keep it within the track limits? No, he's run wide there, and he may have to return that position. Oh, he's lost the car, and I think he got... I think he's trying to go a bit too fast over the gravel, and look how many positions he's lost. He's going to need to be careful here. Looks like Armovic round the outside there. Can he hold it? Oh, I don't think he can. He tried to, but the TFJ's going to hold on here to P... oh, it's so close between these two, P14 and P13. Now TFJ having to defend. But yeah, an unfortunate mistake there from TFJ. very late into turn 1. It's so easy to do. But that runoff on turn 1 does punish you if you try and go too fast over it. And now we'll switch back to this battle. That's Muzzy and Fastmac going side by side. I think Fastmac down the inside. Can Muzzy try and go around the outside and gain this position? He seems to be ahead here. He's going to have a nose up the inside, but he's had to back out. No, he's kept that position. You can see there. Fastmac going offline. He had a bit of a wiggle and lost that grip, and then evidently lost the position to Muzzy as well. Let's see now. Kim Candy has closed up to this pack. Skyfu is still lapping quicker than those behind him, I believe, so it should be okay to stay out in front. But we've got Chem Candy, Alexpa, then I Am Slow in this 3-car battle. We've also got another battle here. This one between TFJ Armobic, who has dropped back slightly, is now being caught up by the Devil's Son, who was running quite strong earlier and is now down to P15. It just shows you how competitive this grid is in Division 2. Bit of a slide there, using a lot of the inside curb. It is the Devil's Son. Not advisable at all, but it might be okay now that the track's drying up. Still greasy conditions, of course, but there's been light rain and not enough to keep the track wet. You can still see there's a visible dry line there. Now back to this 3-car battle. One Alexpa looking to go for a move on Chem Candy. We've seen so many drivers take different lines through there. Definitely want to use all that runoff available to maximise your exit speed. But one expert late on the brakes. He's had a late look down the inside. He's had to get the car stopped prematurely there to avoid making contact with Kim Candy. But I'm Slow wasn't able to send it down the inside and capitalise on that. Candy going very, very defensive here. I don't think he needs to. He's only got 8.5 minutes left of the race. But, oh, what's that? I saw him Slow made a mistake. He has! And he's going to need to be careful rejoining here. That's the Devil's Son just cutting across the final chicane there. I think he may have made a mistake. Maybe followed I Am Slow off. But he's up into P14. I think I Am Slow maybe hit that sausage curb on the inside. I didn't see any contact. Yeah, there was no contact, if I'm not mistaken. So a shame for I Am Slow, but he drops down to P15. Mobic, I think, narrowly avoided that incident. The Devil's Son's now closing up to Armobic. What's going on here? Is Armobic on the correct tyre set? Because we saw him just driving offline there. Wonder if he's trying to cool the tyres down, maybe overpressure the slicks even. You can see the braking, the tyre marks there on the track. Possibly a few lockups earlier on in this race. But looking at the battle for P4, Leo is closed right up to DeedeeTKU. Come through this final chicane now, and Leo is on a charge. Started at the bottom of the grid, usually being a reserve driver, and he's now up into P5, looking to gain P4. He's going to have the slipstream now coming down to turn 1. DeedeeTKU is thinking about going defensive, but I think he's going to keep it on the racing line. Leo's not close enough. Yeah, he has a look, but he knows he's not close enough. He's going to have another opportunity in the last few laps of this race. Just look how much quicker Leo is. And once again, different lines between these two drivers. Leo using the curb on entry there, so he's confident that it's dry enough to use. And I don't think we've seen anyone else using that towards the end of this race. So Leo, obviously very aware of the track conditions. Jan saying Lambo is very well BOP'd at the SimZone. They're always very close together. The Lambos always seem to find each other on track. I think in Division 3 you had the 3 Lambos at the back, and then in Division 2 now they're only separated by a couple of spaces between them. But yeah, just 5 minutes left of this race, and look at this, Leo really putting the pressure on DeedeeTKU. DeedeeTKU's doing a great job of defending as well. Although Barcelona is quite wide, you can defend quite easily in these cars. There's no DRS like F1 that you can use on the straight, on the start-finish straight. I think is the DRS zone, I can't quite remember. But yeah, Leo's just not close enough to that final corner. I don't think he gets the as good of an exit as DeedeeTKU does. But I reckon if he was glued to his rear bumper out that final corner, he'd be able to send it down into turn 1. But turn 2 looks like DeedeeTKU is struggling. He's got Leo all over the back of him once again. He's going to have to go defensive here, and he does. Back over to the racing line. And Leo just looks like he can go so much quicker, but he's just getting held up here by DeedeeTKU. And he looks to the outside. Dimmer's having to go defensive now. And he's gone wide there. Is Leo going to have a look up the inside? They're going to be side by side now. Leo's going to have the inside for the next corner, but can DeedeeTKU, with his car slightly ahead, hold it around the outside, and he does. Leo sensibly backs out of that move. But I think it's just a matter of time before Leo can get past. Only 4 minutes left of this race to go. The question is, when can he do it? They're actually closing into Acreal, but I don't think it's going to be... Actually, no. Just 3.5 seconds to Acreal. So has he made a mistake, or is he dropping off the pace? We're not quite sure. We'll keep an eye on the deltas now. You can see here Leo just loses some time through that chicane, but he's much closer than he was before, and he's definitely going to have the slipstream this time around. Look at the closing speed with that slipstream. He's going to pull to the inside. No, he just doesn't have enough. I think he's going to pull to the inside now, and he's going to have to be much later on the brakes than DeedeeTKU is to get this move done. But no, Dimmer later on the brakes there. You see the car a bit squirrely on the braking, and he's held that onto that position very nicely here. But this is top tier racing here in Division 2. Exactly what you want to be seeing, and I'm impressed with the whole field pretty much. Got great races all around. Let's quickly switch to these two. One Lexper driving offline massively there. I think maybe anticipating or trying to break the slipstream from fast map behind, but we've still got this 4-car battle. It's not 5 cars because Skyfu isn't in the mix, and he might have to give the position up there to TFJ. But Skyfu is still battling like he... no, there we go, he's let them past. So good job there by Skyfu. He definitely has the pace to be in the top 5, but unfortunately his strategy didn't go to plan. Didn't really get involved in any incidents, but started on the wrong tyre set, and picked up a stop go 30 as well, and he's now down to P19. But we've got this battle as well. So many battles going on. K-Pote, I Am Slow, the Devil's Son, and Armobic, who's not too far up the road there. All battling out. We've just got 1 minute left of this race. We're just under 2 minutes even. And oh, was that a look? Sorry, was that a look from the Devil's Son? Oh, he seems to have got past, has the Devil's Son, up into P14. Not sure if he was leading that, I can't quite remember, but now that is K-Pote trying around the outside there of I Am Slow. Oh, a bit of contact between the two, and K-Pote's going to take P15. I'm slow, a bit unfortunate there, maybe a bit of latency issues between the two. But he's dropped down to P16. I'm sure he's not going to be too worried about that. He is a reserve, but Leo and DeedeeTKU still separated by absolutely nothing. You couldn't even put a piece of paper in between them, and DeedeeTKU going defensive once again. Leo's going to try to look around the outside or even get the switch back, which is what put him in that position for the inside for the next corner the previous lap. But it doesn't look like he's got it done this time around, and now they've caught right up to the back of Acreal, so this is pretty much a 3-car battle for P3, the final podium position. Whereas our race leader Simo Mello, he's just crossed the line, so we're going to have one more lap. Simo on the final lap now. Yaroslav and Acreal only separated by 5 seconds, but Acreal, I think he's struggling with the tyres now. May even be on wets here. Just don't know. And Leo, I think he's going to have to take a few more risks if he wants to get this move done. But obviously, being a reserve, I don't think he really wants to put himself in a position that could cause a collision. Don't know if that was a rhyme or not, but you all know how good of a poet I am. No, I'm just joking. Acreal going very, very defensive there into turn 1, trying to break the slipstream back over to the racing line. And Leo losing a lot of time out of that final corner. DeedeeTKU looking very strong here to gain P3. And I think he's going to want to get, or he needs to get past Acreal here this lap, because we are on the final lap now. And if he does, that will probably relieve him of the pressure from Leo. But it doesn't look like Acreal is going to give this position up easily. He's going to have to park the bus. He's going to have to go extremely defensive this last lap if he wants to hold on. But DeedeeTKU is just going to need a mistake here from Acreal. Are they side by side? No, not quite. Look how close these three are. Where's our race leader actually? Simo Mello finds the final corner for another win here in Division 2. Yaroslav is going to... oh, he's still got some time to go. So we go back to this battle. Acreal just needs to hold on. All wide there from DeedeeTKU, that mistake that Leo was looking for. And I think... oh, she's not going to have it just yet. DeedeeTKU later on the brakes on the inside. And he's held onto the position very nicely there. Leo hasn't been able to get past. And oh, a bit of contact between the two. Leo just leaning there on DeedeeTKU. And DeedeeTKU just lost that position. So Yaroslav's going to come through the chicane now, and through the final corner he's going to take P2 here. Very good points for Acreal, and Yaroslav got the same livery, so very good points there for Yaroslav finishing in P2. Acreal there is going to finish in P3, just holding on there to against Leo, who finishes in P4. DeedeeTKU in P5, Walker in P6. After starting from the back, Muzzy is going to cross the line in P7. There we go. Fastmat's going to cross the line in P8. Fastmat in P9, sorry, Alexpo in P10, Speedy in P11, Chem Candy in P12, Amobic in P13, the Devil Sun's going to cross the line in P14, I'm Slow in P4. Oh, what's happened there? He's lost it out the final corners, I'm Slow. Is he going to lose the position to K-Pote? He's going to be very close across the line. No, I'm Slow is going to hold on there. And there we have the results. So, Simo Mello taking the win of the race, Yaroslav in P2 and Acreal in P3. We'll be back in about 10 minutes for the Division 1 race, so make sure to stay tuned. Right, we are back for the final race of the evening, Division 1 this time, and we've got 18 drivers here in this qualifying session. We would have had 19, but unfortunately Doug is not feeling too well, so we wish him to get well very soon. But watching SVW, I think, no, he's not going to be the first one. The first one across the line is going to be the number 97 car of Ethan, who I believe is on a lap, so it will be the first time that comes in. And we've got wet conditions here in this qualifying session, and a 54.2 there from Ethan, and the rain looking to get gradually less, so we could have light rain for the race, maybe a damp or greasy track like we had in Division 2, but we shall see. Baptista then goes on provisional pole, a 152.3. And King, he just pips him there to a 152.1. I'm sure we'll definitely see some 151s here in this qualifying session. But in the practice servers, definitely had a good battle with Baptista in those greasy conditions. And I think tyre choice is very, very important here. Carlmark goes on provisional pole. There we go, the first 151.7. In the Ferrari. Let's quickly change its camera angle now. There we go. But yeah, the tyre choice is going to be very, very important if they are, if we do have some damp conditions, if the track does show damp even in the race. But we're focused on this qualifying session first, because it's going to be a very close one. Let's hope the Division 1 drivers can provide us some amazing racing. It's going to be tough to beat though. After watching that Division 2 race, I definitely needed a whole glass of water after that one. It was very, very intense. But watching Cartmark at the moment, the next car across the line is going to be the 97 car again of Ethan. So we'll see if he can improve at all. And he crosses the line, there we go, puts it into P10, so he does improve. And I think that was, no, that wasn't DasStopsChild, was that, who was that, RMS, I believe it was, he crossed the line. And put it into P9, Cartmark still in P1. King and Jason Tom down to the pits, very, very close between those two, about a 10th separating, sorry, not a 10th, a 100th separating each other. And still, Euphroxate and OliSR still yet to put in a time. We've got the number 67 car of Kenny, I think it is, about to cross the line here. Currently he's 2 seconds off. Can he find any more time here? And he does find 3/10, but it's not enough to promote him any positions. DasStopsChild there crosses the line and puts it into P2, just a 10th off of Cartmark there in P1. And we've got the 181 car now of John Jig, who's the only Lamborghini on track, and he's going to cross the line here. And no, doesn't improve that time around, so sitting 3.5 seconds off currently. And Rocco there in the comments was saying he didn't have any practice, but he's currently sitting in P11, which is very respectable, and only 1.1 seconds off. And I think that was BSTNNA who just crossed the line there. P16 puts him. We've got a few Porsches out on track. I think someone else just crossed the line there. It was the 117 car of Euphroxate. He puts it up into P11 there. Good time there from Euphroxate, matching lap times from SVEKC and Euphroxate. We've seen that last season and the previous season before quite often. We go back to the number 97 car of Ifan here. He's going to come down the start finish straight. What's it going to be for him? He does improve, puts it to P14. There we go. Good improvement from Ethan. I think that was SVKC who... No, it wasn't. Someone else that had improved. I think it may have been SVW. He sits in P10 currently. But the number 145 car, Cartmark, is going to cross the line. Has he found any more time? I know this last corner is very, very difficult in these conditions. But let's see, he crosses the line now. He does! He finds about 3 more tenths there. 151.5 from Cartmark. 4 tenths clear of DasStopsChild. in P2 who didn't improve that last time around. The number 970 car of SVV Casey across the line, puts it to P7 there, just 7/10 off. Very good lap time there from SVV Casey. The number 89 car of Rocco is going to cross the line, and no improvement there from Rocco, but he's not far off at all. The 88 car then, I think, of Oli Arasal is going to cross the line now, and no improvement either from him. Where's Lely on track? No, he's coming up towards the final sector. He's in the final sector now. BSTNNA, obviously missing the first round, is now with us for the second. Pardon me. Will he be able to find any more? Oh, a big slide there through the final corner. That's not going to help his lap time at all. And let's see if he can improve at all, though. No improvement there from BSTNNA. Number 97 car of Ithan is going to cross the line here. He does improve. Oh, what an improvement there from Ithan, and jumps right up to P8. There's absolutely nothing separating P8 to P14, so just a tenth or two can gain you so many positions here in this qualifying session. But with just 5 minutes left to go, let's have a quick look at the championship standings for Div 1. So here we go. Baptista leading the championship on 61 points, followed by Tace and Tom on 55, then Lager in third on 50, Kingy in fourth on 45, Kenny in fifth on 41, Didi in sixth on 37, Melvin in seventh on 33, Oli Arasal in 8th on 29, John Jig in 9th on 26, and Lely rounding off the top 10 here on 23 points. But back to this qualifying session, Cartmark still on provisional pole. Doesn't look like anyone's going to get close to Cartmark here. He's in another dimension to these drivers on track, but the gaps are usually much bigger in the wet. But here in Division 1, everyone is so close. I think that was SV. No, it wasn't. Someone else improved there. I think it may have been Tason Tom into P6. He goes. And let's go on board with one of these drivers who's about to start a lap. Got the number 33 car, BSTNNA. Let's see one of the faster drivers here in this qualifying session. We haven't spoken about Melvin at all, really. He's currently sitting in P3. 7/10 off, though. He hasn't had it easy this season so far. Or Season 5 champion. Season 4 champion, I think, as well. He's got too many medals to his name now. I think someone has to stop him. DasStopsChild. Oh, Lely goes there into P2. What a lap there from Lely. And Cartmark's back out on track to try and improve. But I don't think you're going to get much better than that. Lely and P2 just 5/10 off. Then who's going to cross the line next? It's the number 1 car of... oh no, he's going into the pits. So no improvement there from Melvin. Love to see the trees. Baptista is coming into the final sector now. Let's go on board with the 67 car. It's Kenny, isn't it? Right, as he crosses the line. He has improved. Number 12, though, I'm not quick enough to go on board with him. The number 19 car, there we go. Let's go on board with Kingy very quickly. Here we go. Let's go on board with Kingy now. Up into 5th gear. Will the McLaren get into 6th? Yes, he does, I believe. Yep, into 6th just at the end. Going to this view, it's much better. Using that curve on the inside, very brave there from Kingy, and he is up on his time currently. 2/10 up. This could see him gain a couple positions. You can see they're using all of the track. Not using that curve though; it's very deadly in the wet. And you don't want to get onto the green paint either. He seems to have lost some time on the entry, but he's gained it on the exit. That's exactly what you need to do here in the wet. Slowing in fast out is the way to go in wet conditions. But Kingy on a very good lap. We saw him at Brands Hatch. He put in a good lap just towards the end of qualifying, and it looks like that's what he's going to do now. Oh, he may have lost a bit of time there, maybe too deep in the brakes. It could have been a couple more tenths up. but will he find any more time into this last sector? This fast right-hander before this back straight, quite difficult as well. You don't really want him to use much of that curb on the inside because he can throw the rear out. But heavy braking here into this hairpin. I think he's very late on the brakes there, and that's not going to cost him. That's going to cost him, sorry, a lot of time here. But he should have another lap to improve, as long as he's got enough fuel in the tank to do so. But there's so much potential here for Kingy to get a 150, a low 151, or maybe even to the 150s for Kingy. He's got this last chance to do so, but there we go, there's an onboard lap of Barcelona in Division 1. Let's bring up the, where's it gone? There we go. But yeah, Kingy goes into P2 then, 4/10 off, and he definitely has that 4/10 in the tank somewhere. Just needs to extract it somehow. But let's see, can Kingy pull a blinder? No, he's stopped the car there. And that's his qualifying session over. Where is Cartmark? He's going to cross the start-finish line now, no improvement. He's got one more lap to improve if he wants to, of course. Melvin down into P7 here. Your championship leader from last season, not having the best of qualifying, needs to make up some places in the race with keeping his nose clean. Sorry, but the number 97 car, Vifan, where is he? Is he going into the pits? No, he's continuing on this lap here, using all that curb on the exit. Very risky to do so, but no improvement there from Ifan. So we've got a few more cars out on track. 67 is Kenny in the Ferrari. Let's see if he's going to improve that curb on the exit. Very, very deadly. We've seen a few drivers in Division 2 and Division 3. Oh, Kenny jumping over those sausage curbs. That's not going to help his time, and that's invalidated. So that's his lap time over. The next car is going to be the number 77. I'm sure Kenny's not going to be happy with that at all. DasStopsChild. I know I'm saying it wrong. If Jan is watching, or any other, I think Germans are watching, I know it means stop sign or whatever, something like that. But I know DasStopsChild with no improvement. Oh, we've had a disconnection there. That's not good. Let's hope they can join back in time. Oh, I think it's Cartmark. He's disconnected again. Disconnected last round. And now he's disconnected in this qualifying session. That does not bode well if he is able to join back. But look at that. Lely and Taysom top. Matching lap times there. P2 and P3. So close. But Baptista, can he improve? 3/10 off. And he's going to cross the line here. And he does improve. Yeah, he does improve. Puts it into P3. Cartmark is back. That's good to see. But Baptista improves into P3. So there we have it. Cartmark on pole. King in P2. And Baptista in P3. Make sure to stay tuned, everyone, because we'll be back for some exciting racing in about a few minutes. Right, we're back for the formation lap, and unfortunately Cartmark did disconnect before we got onto the grid, so he'll be starting from the pit lane, which is really unfortunate. He was pole in qualifying and then disconnected. So starting from the pit lane, he's going to have to make his way through, fingers crossed he doesn't disconnect again. But that means Kingy then will start on the front row with Baptista, and on the second row we have Lely and Tayson Tom. And let's have a quick read of the comments. Pete Bibb there showing his support for John Jig. Stuart showing his support for Lely. JR showing his support for Deedee. Marek showing his support for Deedee as well. Got a lot of support for Deedee. Jan saying Porsche also well BOP'd. Yeah, 3 Porsches all next to each other on track. And Kem Candy showing saying good luck everyone. But it all comes down to this. Live drivers going to be lining up side by side now. And damp track, so it's gone from wet to damp. It is drying up slowly, but it's still not dry enough for slicks. So the drivers will be on wet tyres. But could we see the track? Actually, I don't think it's going to dry up enough for slicks. You can see there, rain getting heavier in about half an hour. So the drivers here will be on wet tyres for the start of this race. But we never know. If it does dry up enough, could we have the drivers starting on, switching to slicks in the stop? And obviously in the pit stop it's only mandatory refueling, and tyre change is completely up to them. But we're getting ready for the race start now. Will Kingy be able to hold on into turn 1, or will the mighty Bentley of Baptista get the jump? And we are green. Looks like a very good start from Kingy there. One of the Ferraris pulling to the inside. Lely there on in the middle, I think. No, he's just not behind Baptista. But he has to be careful. Tayson Tom on the outside there. Oh, Tayson Tom all over the curb. But luckily he's held that nicely together. Let's quickly change this camera angle because it's absolutely horrible. There we go. And the whole grid. Oh, that's someone off. That's one of the Ferraris. I think that's SVKC. So all over the curb there. And he's got back on track nicely. But luckily didn't make it a casualty into the wall. SVW, they're very late on the brakes. We've got the timetables shuffling everywhere. The tower, sorry, shuffling everywhere. It's calmed down a bit now. That's Melvin onto the grass and almost colliding with Oli Arsar there, but he's down to P8. Here's Melvin. He's got some really tough competition this season. I don't think he's been putting enough practice in, if I'm honest. Maybe he hasn't had the time to, but his championship isn't looking good for him in the opening few rounds. You can see that Rocco in the background with no practice at all is in P9, and BST NNA close behind in P10, Kenny in P11. But what a clean start we've had. Oh, we've got some. Oh, sorry, that's Cartmark. No, but what a clean start we've had. That's the Bentley of Ithan pulling to the inside there. He's looking for a move on SVW. I don't think he's going to make that stick. Might even lose a position here to SVKC. No, he's going to hold on to that. Deedee very close behind as well. Slightly wide there. No, going for a later apex. It's quite risky to do that when you've got the field bunched up so close together. And that's Kenny wide. Is he going to lose a position? No, he should be okay. Ethan looking down the inside there of SVW, but we're side by side with SVKC and Ethan through the final corner. Can the Bentley hold it around the outside? Looks like he's going to do him around the outside there. What a move there from Ethan. He holds on to P13, or gains it back at least. And some great racing on the opening laps. And look at Cartmark, he's all the way back after starting in the pit lane. But he's got some work to do if he wants to gain some positions. But we'll switch back to the race leader here to bring up some onboards as well. Race leader Baptista now. He's got past Kingy. And Kingy's in P2, still not giving up though. He's very, very close to Baptista. This is going to be a great battle between these two. And Lely in P3 might even see the drivers behind stop to catch up to these two in front while they continue to battle very, very hard. Tayson Tom in P4, DasStopsChild in P5, RMS in P6, Oli Arasade in P7. The field is so close together. I know it's the opening few laps, but yeah, we're very, very close together so far. And if you haven't done so already, make sure to donate using the link in the comments. Help us get a PS5 so we can get to that version as well as the PS4 version as soon as possible. The more people that donate, the quicker we can get onto it, because 1.8 is coming out very soon. I want to be on that as well as the PS4 version. But back to the battle for the lead. Baptista holding on here. I think Kingy's just playing the patient game. He doesn't really need to push too much. You can see that he's made a slight mistake through that final chicane already, and needs to keep it very, very consistent if he wants to keep up with Baptista, because we know how quick Baptista is in Division 1. He doesn't really make any mistakes whatsoever, and that really separates him from the rest of the field. Letty defending from Tayson Tom though. And has Letty got past Tayson Tom? I'm not too sure. No, he hasn't. He's always been behind, and mixing things up here. But Tayson Tom looking strong in the Ferrari here at Barcelona, and in the wet as well. We usually see the gaps much bigger than this, but these two are going to be side by side now. Letty's going to have the inside line. He's going to go defensive. Can Tayson Tom be later in the brakes and hold it around the outside? No, he can't. Letty's going to have that racing line. He can dictate where he wants to go. And he's going to go defensive there into this long, long left-hander. But Tayson Tom slots back in, but he's still losing time now to the field behind. You can see DasStopsChild, followed by RMS, then Oliasar, then Melvin, then Rocco, then BSC and NA. They're still so close to each other, and we're going to see the pack probably bunching up even more as they continue to fight this hard on the opening few laps. But Barcelona is such a good track for racing in these GT3s. Tayson Tom with a look down the inside there, tried a bit of a dummy, didn't catch Letty off guard whatsoever. He didn't phase him at all, and Letty continues minding his own business and holds on then to P3. I'm wondering if the camera angle has changed. Bear with me, Rick. No, it hasn't. Okay. But look at this train, it's unbelievable. It's pretty much Tayson Tom, Letty leading this train, Tayson Tom in second. Then you got DasStopsChild there in fifth. Tayson Tom in fourth. Oh, in this train, I'm just confused myself with the numbers again. Letty leading this train, then Tayson Tom, then DasStopsChild, then RMS, then we've got Oliasar, then we've got Melvin, then we've got Rocco. Then we've got BST and NA just joining into the fun now. But look in the background, that is SVV Casey and Kenny going side by side into turn 1, and the SVV Casey has got that move done very cleanly. A bit deep into the second part, into turn 2 there. Can Kenny have the inside for the next corner? Yes, he has. And can SVW follow through? He might be able to here. He's got the inside, and he's got his car alongside enough there to the Ferrari of SVV Casey. And I think SVW is going to get this. No, he hasn't. Oh, that surprised me there. So SVW wasn't able to make that stick, and he holds on. SVV Casey holds on to P13 then. But look at that, SVV Casey trying for a move on Kenny, but Kenny not giving up his position easily. DD just in the background there. Oh no, I think Cartmark's disconnected again, which is unfortunate. Really unfortunate, because he has the pace to be top 1, top 2 even. Let's hope he can get that sorted out for the future, for the near future. It's a shame not having him batting with the top guys on this grid here at the SimZone. But look at this, SVKC also almost pushing Kenny round here. That's how close he is, and Kenny on the curb. It's not where you want to be when you're braking, but he gets off that very nicely as we go into the chicane now. Last time we saw in qualifying Kenny jumping over those sausage curves, but he's keeping himself composed here while he's got these 3 drivers very close behind him. And now SVV Casey's got the slipstream as we come down towards turn 1. Kenny's going extremely defensive very early on. SVV Casey's going to try the outside now. Kenny's keeping that inside line. I don't think SVV Casey is going to get this move done. It didn't seem close enough. Then Kenny's going to defend this second part into turn 3. Oh, a bit loose there for SVV Casey, but he holds onto it very nicely somehow. And SVW not able to capitalise on that move. There's so many SVs. There's SVV Baptista at the top as well, but a very late move there on the inside from SVW. I think he really tried to get into KC's head there. That's easy to say, but it didn't quite work. He's really putting on the pressure so early on into the race, and to maybe force KC into an error. But these two Ferrari drivers seem to be faultless so far. But we're keeping an eye on this battle, and we'll switch to the battle for the lead. Baptista hasn't had it easy. Kingy's stuck with him since the start. The gap's been about the same, 5-6 tenths, and Kingy just keeping him at bay here, not letting him get away and not pushing too hard to make any mistakes himself. And then he always has that opportunity, or that option, to go for an undercut or an overcut according to what Baptista does. But you can see in the background we've got this train forming now. It's still going. This is unbelievable, and they're actually catching up to the leaders. So the gap's only 2 seconds between Nelly and Kingy. If they catch up to the leaders, we're going to have an amazing battle for the lead. Lenny there driving offline, trying to break the slipstream if I'm not mistaken, or even trying to cool down the tyres. Could be either or. Taysom Tom following him exactly, just a mirror image, and to get all that benefit of the slipstream down that long start-finish straight. DasStopsChild there dropping off slightly, but he's there or thereabouts. RMS in P6. Ollie has dropped slightly off the back of this pack. I think he's been having to defend from Melvin a bit too hard, but Melvin's now got Rocco all over the back of him. So Melvin maybe not got his tyres right, or something must be wrong here. He didn't seem to have the pace in qualifying, and in the race either. He's dropped a position since his since the start. He started in P7, but obviously, like I mentioned before, he is our championship leader from season. Championship winner from season 5 and season 4, and however many seasons before that. I think we had Bubbles, who was also another championship winner. So Melvin hasn't taken all of them, but he has got quite a few trophies next to his name. So let's see if his experience and its track knowledge comes to use later on in this race. We'll go back to this battle between the top two. Pardon me. Baptista still leads, followed by Kingy. The gap between Lely and Kingy is coming down just by, or even less than a tenth. But we'll see what it is when they cross the start-finish line. It may even be less than that. Now Taysom Tom over that curb, or on the exit of turn, on the exit of the final corner. Gap's actually increased now. We've seen a few drivers in Division 2 and Division 3 get loose over that exit curb on that start-finish straight on the exit of the final corner. It's just so easy to get the rear end out and then bin it into the wall. But, oh, who's that wide? That's DasStopsChild. Very wide. Luckily nothing happened. Melvin wide as well, and I think he's held on to P8 here, but Rocco losing some time. Melvin now looking to gain a position here on Ollie RSR. He seems to be getting into the groove of things now, but I don't think it's going to be enough at the moment. Ollie RSR is not going to be easy to get past. And these two seem to be matching pace, or these three even. But back to this battle, you can see Baptista's not having it easy this time. He did shoot off into the distance at... actually, no, he didn't. Brands Hatch last race. The top three were separated only by a few tenths, but after the pit stops, that's where Baptista shot off. A mistake, I think Cartmark disconnected in round 1 as well, and a mistake in the pit stops for Taysom Tom gave Baptista a huge lead. I think it was about 7 seconds at the end of the race, something like that. but he hasn't got it so easy this time around. It'll come down to the pit stops, and Kingy, we know from previous seasons, has been absolutely perfect with his pit stops, and he'll need to make it count for this round. Baptista likewise, they both know exactly what they're doing. But with a race like this, it comes down to who's going to make the mistake first, who's going to either not stop correctly in their pit box, get the pit entry wrong. Pardon me. We saw in Division 2 a few drivers get stop-go 30-second stop-go 30s for speeding the pit lane. But still, this battle continues. It's absolutely crazy, the strain. It's similar to what we had in Division 2. We had so many battles in Division 2, so many like 4 or 5 car trains going on, and I think this one's going to last until the pit stops. That is absolutely brilliant. This is the sort of racing we want at the SimZone. I think this season is definitely going to be our best so far. We've seen the racing on PC improve. We've seen the racing all over the SimZone improve, and a lot of new faces as well. You can see there the pack is bunching up once again. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars battling out for that final podium position. Now obviously we have a pit stop in this race, pit window as well, which opens in 5 minutes. And let me explain to you what the drivers need to do in their pit stop. So they have mandatory refueling, and refueling time is fixed. That means that no matter how much fuel they put into their car, it will be a 25-second pit stop. And then they have the option to change tyres, which can add an extra 5 seconds to their pit stop. And in the wet, I'm not sure if some of these drivers will change tyres. The wets are easier to manage, I'd say, than the slicks. But with it being damp conditions, will the wets burn up? I'm sure they won't burn up, or they'll wear out quicker than they would in actual wet conditions, like a wet track. And I assume they would, but we'll see. There's definitely a lot of strategy that can come into play in these sort of races. Let's have a quick read of the comments. Oh my god, there's quite a few. Let's have a quick TFJ saying it's just as close as Division 2. Multicam is very cool from JR, thank you for that. Jan Barth saying Cartmuck should quit his Vodafone connection. I think he needs to get a new router. JR saying go SVDD. Oh, please don't bring another SV. It's such a tongue twister trying to get those names, trying to read those names out. But yeah, let's have a look further down the field. Oh, actually the gap between Baptista and King has increased, so King maybe making a few mistakes, although it doesn't look to be 1.4 seconds. But we'll keep an eye on those that battle. Let's look further down the field. We've got Kenny and BSC NNA. I think these two have been quite close in previous seasons, and likewise as SVW, so he's in this battle as well. Another 3-car battle further down the field. SVW a bit late on the brakes there. You can see he had to take a weird line on the exit. But Kenny looking to make a move here on BSC NNA. Or BSC NNA all over that sausage curb. Oh, I thought he lost the car then. Very, very close to binning it into the wall. But he's on the curb once again. Yeah, that Porsche doesn't like these curbs. Those sausage curbs on the exit. He needs to be careful here, because one slight mistake and he could find himself into the wall and his race over. Rocco still on the tail end of this pack. This pack hasn't separated at all. Look at this, Tace and Tom. Oh no, that's not Tace and Tom, that's RMS, sorry, so close to DasStopsChild. He's really looking to gain a move here, but he has to be cautious. Ollie Arsa's behind him, and a mistake there from DasStopsChild. What's happened to him? He's lost 2 positions there, and Ollie Arsa and RMS slipped through. Melvin as well was going to try it down the inside there, but it looks like DasStopsChild might be able to hold it around the outside. No, they're still side by side here. And Melvin's got enough of his car down the inside to get that move done. So DasStopsChild losing 3 positions after one mistake, even 4 positions here after another mistake, and they're going to be side by side going towards this fast right-hander. And yeah, Rocco's got that position, so very quickly, for being at the front of this pack, DasStopsChild is now towards the bottom. That's how close this field is. You can see Ithan there in the background, just lapping on his own at the moment, but he's not too far off of this pack up ahead. So we'll keep an eye on him as well. The gap at the top between Baptista and Kingy has closed down to 7/10, so Kingy found his groove once again, and he's been able to reel in. Oh, Oliasar jumping over those sausage curbs. That's going to lose him a bit of time there. You can see the gap between these two extending. RMS trying to break that slipstream here. I think he knows he might be a bit slower on the straights, maybe running a lot of wing. We know this AMG Mercedes is very, very quick on the straights. It's got some really good acceleration. And Melvin with a nose down the inside there, tried to look for that space, but couldn't find it. All over the curb there, a bit of a wiggle. And he's really struggling in these conditions, I think. But Rocco slightly wide, you don't want to get onto that green paint, especially you don't want to drop a rear tyre onto there, because I've seen it happen before. Euphoric State into the pits. Oh, what's happened to Euphoric State? He's pitted too early. He's pitted way too early. The pit window hasn't opened yet. He hasn't got much damage on it. He hasn't got any damage. Well, he's got a bit, but it's not much to pit, and that's a shame for Euphoric State. He's going to have to pit again, because the pit window opens in 10 seconds. If he just held it there for another lap, he would have been okay, but that's a blunder there for Euphoric State. Really unfortunate. You'll see now in a couple of seconds, pit window's open. There we go. And it's not going to count for Euphoric State, I don't think. These two ever so close at the top of the field here. We'll bring up the onboards once again. See SVW. See, I'm getting confused with SVVs now. Still. And we've been how many seasons with these guys? But you can see SVW. There we go. Closing in on BST and NA. They've lost some time to Kenny now. Kenny's opened up a 2-second gap to BST in the number 33 Porsche. But Baptista with some mind games here at the start. On the start-finish straight, sorry. Tried to break that slipstream from the McLaren behind. But let's go in the split screen here. Let's see SVW using the racing line, obviously new to the wheel. But looks like he's going to pit. So let's see how his pit stop goes here. He's going to get stopped in time. Baptista still holding on to P1 from Kingy. You can see that Euphoric State's pit stop didn't count. It was outside of the pit window. Ken Candy saying keep it together, Kenny, hold the pressure. Kenny's on his own at the moment. That was an older comment, so that's fine. Rocco into the bits. Deedee, no, that's SVW into the bit, sorry. Well, it took a bit of time for him to get raised up on the jacks there. But he is changing tyres. You can see his mechanics there just changing his tyres for him. But look at this. Kingy looking down the inside there for on Baptista. Bit of leaning on each other. But that's just rubbings racing between the two. And I think Baptista might be feeling the pressure now. I don't think he's been. I don't think anyone's been this close to him before, or at least this season. You can see that Bentley just able to ride that inside curb to the final corner, even in these wet conditions. But now, will Kingy keep it out long, or will he go for an undercut? If he goes for an undercut, he has to be careful with coming out in traffic. That's the only problem he'll have. But SVW, after his pit stop, is pretty much on his own in clean air, which is exactly what you want to be doing. And I think he's timed that to perfection. Remember, if you want to help us to get on the PS5 version, donate, even if it's £1 or £2. If we get everyone doing that, we'll be there in no time, and then we'll have championships for the PS5 version as well as the PS4 version. But look at this, Kingy, very, very close to Baptista. And I'm sure Kingy's going to be happy with his performance. Oh, a bit of a slide on the exit though. Maybe pushing a bit too much. You don't want to overdrive the car. That's where you start making a lot of mistakes. Let's go on the rear view wing cam here of Baptista. Let's have a good look at this battle. There we go. You can't even see, look how big that rear wing is. You can't even see Kingy's car in the background there. You can just see the helmet of the driver inside Kingy, but you can barely even see the car. There we go. We've got more of it now. It's just how big the Bentley is and how low the McLaren is. So it's not the best camera view we have at all. There we go, now we can see more of it. Kingy's still keeping out on track. You know, we've got plenty of time before the pit window closes. He may be making some decisions. Don't think he is now actually though, he's too focused on this battle. See there, that last lap from Baptista, 151.9. Kingy gains quite a lot into turn 1, seems to be able to brake much later, but that's sort of set him up wrongly for turn 2 and turn 3. So 151.9 that last lap from Baptista. Let's see what it is for what it was for Kingy, sorry. It was a 151.9 as well. They're pretty much matching lap times, these two. And the best laps are 151.1 from Kingy and from Baptista. I don't want to press that timetables button. It would have been easier way to check the times, but it can crash the lobby. 151.4. So Kingy probably with the fastest lap of the race. Doesn't gain you a point in our championships on console at least, because there's no safe way of looking at the fastest lap. But pole position gives you a point, and that will go to Kartmark before, as he disconnected afterwards. But these two still battling very, very hard here. And I think we'll go check some other battles on the grid. Euphoric State now into the pits once more, and that's cost him a lot of time, pitting twice. Big mistake there for Euphoric State. Don't really have many other battles that are extremely close. Everyone separated about a second or so, but these two, BST and Rocco, have both pitted. Rocco with the slipstream. We're now slow. The Porsche is on the straights. Rocco looking down the inside. He's going to be later on the brakes. No, he might be. There might be a bit of contact between the two, but no. BST giving him the space there. Very respectful driving from the two, and Rocco's going to have it down the inside there. Driving all over the inside curb, on the grass even. I don't think he's going to be able to hold that on the inside. But very, very good racing from those two, and BST and NA holding onto that position very nicely. I'm sure he's going to be feeling the pressure. These two don't have any more pit stops to do. But surprisingly, Rocco, he was battling with, I think it was DasStopsChild, or towards that pack, SVKC even, but he's now down behind BST, NNA and SVW, so maybe something's happened to him that we don't know of. Euphoric State's now serving his mandatory stop. Wait for that box to go green as well. Yeah, miscalculation there for Euphoric State, unfortunately. John Jig now to the pits for his mandatory stop. We've got quite a few cars still. Ithan's now find his way on track. He's caught up to the back of DasStopsChild and SVKC in the background there, on a mission to catch up to these two. He's reeling them in every lap. Was 1.9 seconds, now down to 1.5. Could be less than a second now. He's really closing in. Is SVKC. I'm just going to call him KC now, it's so much easier. I don't know why I keep saying the SPV part, but KC definitely has the pace to get past these two, but will he go for an undercut? Oh, a mistake there from DasStopsChild through the chicane, jumps over the sausage curb, and he's going to go into the pits. Will KC follow him through? No, keeps it out on track, probably a wise decision to do so. He's going to have that slipstream now coming down the start-finish straight. ORSR into the pits as well. Euphoric State. Oh, I think he may have retired here. I think we're getting reports that Rocco maybe hit the grass or something and couldn't get the car stopped and dropped back a few positions. But yeah, I think the Euphoric State may have retired the car here, which is unfortunate. Did it pit in the pit window? Let's check the comments to see if anyone else has commented. We'll go back to this battle between BST and Rocco because it's the closest two on track, and we've got Baptista and Kingy also, who are very, very close. But make sure to keep the comments coming in. Make sure to donate if you haven't done so already. Oh, a mistake there from BST and NA. Luckily, he keeps it under control. But yeah, keep the comments rolling in. Gives me something else to talk about as well. Obviously, I'm in my own on the comments box.
We are halfway through, keep pushing.
My mic, fortunately, my microphone has been muted for quite a while. So, yep, thanks comments, thanks chat. Yeah, I completely forgot. Sorry about that. We're back. I was going to, so let me repeat what I was saying. So, Baptista has... Baptista and King have served their pit stops. Looks like Baptista has changed his tyres, and King hasn't. So King had about a 4.3 second gap as he exited, as he crossed the line with Baptista exiting the pit lane. But how long can Kingy hold on to what will be the lead of the race now? And has Taste Tom got past? No, I think Baptista's going to hold on here. It's going to be close though. Baptista should be able to hold on. And I think they're going to be side by side here coming down towards turn 1. No, Baptista with a... Baptista's already got the straight line speed there, so he's going to hold on to P2. But Taste Tom is in a good contention here for P2. I don't think he's changed his tyres though. I'm not too sure. Either they've all changed their tyres and Baptista's had a bad stop, or Kingy hasn't changed his tyres because he's losing some time to Baptista now. 24 minutes to go. Gap's only 3.6 seconds. But obviously catching up is one thing, overtaking is another. Yeah, didn't expect my microphone to be muted. We missed quite a bit of action. But oh well, let's go back to this battle. The two Mercedes, Lely and RMS, both on track together. RMS with some good pace. You can see there, he was on the curb, on the entry curb, and started braking. But obviously, when you do that, you really don't stop at all. He hasn't really lost much time to Lely at all. And they've got Melvin up in front, who's jumped up a number of positions here. So Melvin may be going for an undercut, which he had to, I think, if he wanted to gain some more positions, some more points in this championship. He was down towards P8 or P7 at one point. And maybe that undercut has helped him gain a few positions. He's just going to have to defend for the rest of this race, I think, because Lely and RMS are really closing in the gap now. They seem to be on the fresher sets, and I'm not sure how long Melvin will be able to hold on for. Let's look at this. He's already going defensive, trying to break that slipstream down the start-finish straight. Lexus and the Mercedes both very quick on the straights here. But the gap at the top coming down at a rate of knots here. 2.7 seconds, and a mistake there from Melvin into turn 1 and 2. Just going to put Lely right behind him. RMS slightly wide. Can Lely get the move on the inside? No. Melvin there. It's gone a bit deep though. He's going to have to go very defensive for the next corner. Let's go to the other camera view. There we go, and on the grass goes Melvin ever so slightly. He's going to go deep there, I think, and can Lely get it on the exit side by side? No, but that's compromised his exit, and RMS is now looking for a move on the inside, but he can't find that space just yet. This is going to be a long 22 minutes here for Melvin if he's able to hold him off, but it's not looking good for him at all. Lely and RMS looking very strong there. Little look to the inside there, just showing Melvin that he is there. He's right behind him. Can he get the traction? Can he get the traction down on the exit? And a bit of a slide there from Lely. You can see how close RMS is now, but there's no space at all. And braking on the curb there. You saw the rear end of the Mercedes, that white Mercedes, just stepping out. But yeah, we've seen a similar thing in Division 2 where it's not been easy in these wet conditions or these greasy conditions to actually get past. especially if you've got someone in front of you who knows how to defend. As we come down in towards turn 1, Melvin's got a handful to deal with here. And Lely looking very, very strong. Likewise as RMS. Can Lely go for a move here into this long right-hander, this turn 3? No, there may have been a slight mistake there from Melvin, but don't think Lely was close enough, or the gap wasn't big enough for him to go for that move. Lely looking down the inside, or defending from RMS there. He's going to need to. RMS trying that switchback. He's all over the grass there. He's not going to get that move done. He's just going to have to slot back in to this train, and looking at the gap at the top. 1.4 seconds between the two. Baptista's closing in on Kingy, and they've reversed roles here. For the first stint, it was Baptista doing the defending, and now it's going to be Kingy in the second half of this race. But this is a brilliant battle. I think we're going to have to go on board with RMS here. Be rude not to. Here we go, on board with RMS. I thought Melvin disappeared there, but no, just can't see his car in front of Lely's. You can see the amount of pressure that Lely's putting onto Melvin. This is what he needs to be doing if he wants to get past. And Melvin going defensive, even having to go defensive into this final chicane. Can't give Lely any room, or any room to overtake, any opportunities, any gaps to overtake, because Lely will take the opportunity when he sees one, and he's found one here. He's going to try it around the outside into turn 1. He's got the better straight line speed. He just needs to be later on the brakes. There's Lely, and all on the same time on the brakes there, those two. And Melvin's gone deep here. Lely's going to go. Oh, Lely's made a mistake even. And I'm sure Lely's not going to be happy with that, with Melvin keeping the position there. But Lely made a bit of a mistake on the exit of turn 2. Melvin's obviously gained a slight bit of time there, but Lely's still got plenty of time to get this move done. Likewise as RMS. And Melvin is really feeling the pressure now. I think Lely just needs another side-by-side into turn 1 to get the job done. Yeah, but yeah, what I was saying before earlier as well, I'm not sure if I was muted at this point, keep me entertained in the comments as well. I'm in the comments booth by myself, so let's keep the comments flowing. Not that the racing isn't interesting enough, but I definitely need someone to bounce back off here. And very late on the brakes from RMS, almost tags the back of Lely there. It's either that or Melvin was very early on the brakes, but he's clearly struggling in these conditions. Doesn't have the pace in the second half. But this is an amazing battle. Let's go back trackside and have a look at the gap between Kingy and Baptista, which is just 6/10. So these two now going to fight on track for what will be the race lead, for what is the race lead, sorry. And looks like the rest of the field's quite spread apart. So let's bring these two up split screen, in fact. Let's switch to this battle. And oh, looks like Lely tried another move there on Melvin, and RMS is going to have the inside. No, he backed out that one. I don't think he had the run that he wanted out of turn. Oh, there's been contact there, and that's not good at all. Lely's been tagged round by RMS. He's not going to be happy with that. Maybe, well, I'm not exactly sure what happened there. Maybe Lely with a bad exit. But yeah, he's not going to be happy with that at all from RMS, and that's unfortunate. Oh, RMS with a huge mistake as well, braking on the curb. Oh, that's just unfortunate between the two. Luckily, Lely didn't lose heaps of time. But yeah, very unfortunate in that battle. Let's bring up the onboard because Baptista fighting for P1 with King, and there's just 16 minutes left in this race to go, so plenty of time. You can see in the background here DasStopsChild and Ithan going at it. SVUKC in the background getting a bit sideways, and DasStopsChild is going to have to go defensive here to stop Ithan getting past, but we'll bring up the onboards here. And oh, look at that! Baptista bouncing all over the, or jumping that sausage curb. And DasStopsChild's made a mistake there. I think he's gonna be quite slow through the final corner. Can Ithan? No, he's too far back. So DasStopsChild holds on to P7. And Ithan's not able to get that move done. Wasn't able to capitalise on that mistake from DasStopsChild. He's got still plenty of time left in this race to do so. And look at that, Baptista trying for a move down the inside there. But Kingy's got the inside for the next corner. He's going to try it round the outsides, and no, there's no grip there. So Kingy's going to slot back into the racing line. It's so close between these two. Baptista obviously on the fresher set of tyres has got much more pace here than Kingy does. But Kingy's got track position, which is what he wanted, which is what he needed really to go for P1. And he's gone very deep. That's going to allow Baptista down the inside. They're going to be side by side here, and I think Baptista's got the move done. Yes, he does. Baptista up into the race lead, and a mistake from Kingy puts him down into P2. And I think Baptista now is just going to shoot off into the distance with the fresh set of tyres that he has. That's really unfortunate for Kingy. He played the strategy right, but one mistake led to him losing that position. Look at this, the gap's almost a second, or over a second now. And yeah, those used tyres not helping Kingy at all. And he's got Tayson Tom not too far off either, so he's going to have to think about the driver behind as well. We'll go back to this battle. Look at this, Lenny's back for revenge, and Melvin, they're having to go defensive on RMS into turn 1. He's held it together, but RMS, is he going to have the inside for the next corner? No, Melvin defends turn 3 very nicely, and once again contact. RMS has been twice there. That's twice RMS has done that. Once to Lely, and second time to Melvin. There, Lely flashing his lights, I think, not happy with that at all. And I definitely wouldn't be either. But the RMS, I think, a bit too eager through turn 3. That's not what either of these guys would have wanted. Look at this train. We've got such an amazing train here for P4. So RMS leads this train, followed by Melvin, then Lely, then DasStopsChild, then Ithan, then KC. And 13 minutes left of this race. We've got such a huge train. But I think as long as Melvin, Lely, and well, the rest of these guys can stick with RMS. If the stewards, if they do submit a report, the stewards are definitely going to penalise RMS for that, if I'm not mistaken. But they should gain that position back. But that's as long as they can stick with him. There's still 12 minutes left, and he seems to be pulling away already. Melvin having to go extremely defensive here, just to hold off Lely, but it's brought all these other contenders, pardon me, into this battle. And coming down towards turn 1, doesn't look like Lely's close enough. Here, he looks to the inside though, maybe to cover off DasStopsChild behind. Looks like that's KC up the inside of Ithan, so he goes up into P8. And what a battle we've got going on here. Tayson Tom slowly closing the gap to Kingy. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough for him to get a move done on Kingy. But Rocco and Deedee just separated by 1.9 seconds, so keep an eye on the battle between those two. So bear with me 1 second. Okay, back, and actually unmuted my microphone this time. So, Casey looking for a move here on DasStopsChild. Just 10 minutes left of this race. We'll definitely get interviews afterwards as well. If I'm looking towards the inside, but these two, Melvin and Lely, have been inseparable for the second half of this race. And let's see if we've got any. Oh, we've got loads of comments coming in. Pete Bibb saying nice battle for fourth. Leon saying good racing fellas when you'll be moving to PS5 as soon as we can get the donations needed to afford one. If you can see, we've got the donations there, the links in the comments. So if you would like to help us to get a PS5, then the sooner we'll move over. Well, not move over, the sooner we'll start doing championships on that as well. We'll still cater for PS4 as well. They'll be on separate days, of course. But this battle is absolutely amazing. Lee saying RMS for disqualification. I don't think he'll get disqualified, but if these two drivers do put in a report against him, he's going to receive definitely some penalties here with these two only 3.5 seconds behind. If he receives 2 5-second penalties for that, not just these two, there's going to be a few more drivers that gain positions, and they're definitely going to be happy with that if they do. But here, Melvin keeping the car in the middle of the track. Lely, he has to be careful. Casey's very close behind him. Oh, a bit of a concertina effect there. I'm not sure if there was a bit of nudging, but look how close Casey is to Lely. I'm sure Lely's going to be a bit scared of what happened earlier on with RMS. He doesn't want to get tagged round anymore. Look how close these two are. I'm surprised they can be so close in these wet conditions. But Lely's trying for a move on Melvin, who's gone deep into the chicane. And Lely's going to have a brilliant exit out the final corner. But so did Melvin. He's going to have the slipstream now coming down the start finish straight. He's definitely going to be closing in. Melvin's going to have to defend that inside line. Lely, is he going to pull to the outside? He's trying that inside line. I think maybe a bit of a fake or a dummy towards the inside. And Lely, oh, contact between the two. I think Lely just moved across ever so slightly there. But Melvin, both these two having to cut across the track. They're both going to keep their positions just about. Oh, very close there. But yeah, nothing. Bit of a racing incident between those two, and Casey almost tagging the back of Lely. They're going to be side by side now, these two. And oh, I think Lely once again. Oh, that's heavy damage. Lely just moved across. I don't think that was Casey's fault. I'm not quite sure there, but Lely's. It's really unfortunate there. He's just moved across ever so slightly, and they've got stuck together. And I think he's going to have to pit for heavy repairs. He's not going to be happy at all after that. I think he's going to return the car to the pits, but I don't think that was Casey's fault from our angle at least. But we'll have to wait for I think a report, an incident report from Lely maybe, but we'll see. We shall see. Lely's I think still stopped on track. Oh no, he's got it going once again. Let's see if he can hold on there to P9. Ollie Arsar down in P10. I think may have had a bit of a collision with Rocco earlier on in this race, but look how close Casey is to Melvin here. Melvin can't catch a break at all. He's got a huge pack of cars behind him. 4-car battle here. And Casey trying that inside. He's going to have to back out. I think Melvin's left him the room. That's DasStopsChild jumping over that sausage curve there. Peter's Kurt says John Jig is pretty good. Also in FRL. Yeah, John Jig in P16 at the moment. Look at this. That is Melvin having to go defensive. Casey looking to the outside now. Ethan very loose on the entry into turn 1. But oh, there's a drive-through penalty for Lely. I think that's track limits there. That's unfortunate. He's picked up damage. He's lost some positions. Looked like he sped into the pit lane. I'm not too sure. And now he's got a drive-through penalty. It's just gone all wrong here for Lely at the end of this race. But look at this. We'll switch this camera view once again. But look at this. Some amazing racing with just 5 minutes left to go. I can't imagine the pressure that Melvin's in the Lexus is feeling at the moment. And I assume he's on an older set of boots. But oh, a big snap of oversteer there from DasStopsChild. If he's going to be side by side with Ethan here through this fast right-hander. And Ethan, can he hold it round the outside? I think he has. But all over the curb he goes. He's going to have the inside. Oh, he's got the move done even before the braking zone. So Ethan up into P7. Good move there from Ethan. Taysom Tom's now within a second to Kingy. Oh, much less than a second. It's just a couple of tenths separating these two. We've got battles going all over the field right now. Just 4.5 minutes left to go. Can Taysom Tom get this move done? And will Kingy be able to hold off like he did Baptista before he made that mistake? Now back to this battle we go. Casey very eager to get a move done here. Peter's Kurt saying pretty close racing in these conditions. Yeah, I'm surprised they're able to race this closely. But Melvin having to go defensive once again into turn 1. Just seems like he's got that defense into turn 1 sorted. You can see here he's going to hold that inside line through turn 3. And going around the outside here isn't viable. He just has no grip whatsoever. But Casey's going to need to be careful here because that's Ethan looking for a move down the inside as well. Casey's having to go offline here to try and get past Melvin, but he's opened the door for Ethan. He's going to have the inside for the next corner. Melvin going extremely defensive now. And can Ethan get it done around the outside? I don't think he's close enough there to SVVKC to hold it round the outside, although they're still side by side here. But SVVKC has got the inside. Ethan's run wide. Can that allow DasStopsChild back through? It's going to be close. DasStopsChild has got his car slightly ahead, and I think he's going to have that move done. Is DasStopsChild, so back into P7 he goes. And look how defensive they're going down this straight. Melvin pretty much right on the inside. He's moved back to the middle of the track to open up the corner. But Casey's gone for the switchback. They're going to be side by side here. I think Melvin might have to give him the room. He has done, but Casey is not going to have this done here. And Melvin's going to hold on once more. Can DasStopsChild slot up the inside? No, he can't. And this is some amazing racing between all these four. And looks like, looking at the tower, Taysom Tom has got past Kingy. There's a huge gap between the two. But Kingy down is P3. Maybe didn't play the right strategy here. And just 2 minutes left of the race to go. Melvin having to defend. Look at this. He's right on the inside, not leaving any space whatsoever for KC. And Melvin's going to move back to the middle of the track here to open up the corner once again. I reckon if KC stayed on the inside for longer, he'd have to force Melvin to do the same, and then maybe go for a switchback. You can see that Ethan back the inside of DasStopsChild. These two switching positions every lap. And Ethan back up into P7 then. Casey, I think, had a look around the outside. Is he going to have the inside for the next corner? No, he's too far back. Over the curb he goes. Luckily he didn't get onto the grass there. But some amazing racing between these four. Fortunate for Lely there. I'm not sure if he did move across. It was very slight contact. I think KC was still there, but I'm not exactly sure if Lely saw him. Yeah, but really unfortunate. He was running right up the order. But unfortunately these things happen in racing. It's unpredictable, and Melvin once again defending that inside line. KC, he's tried to go for the outside. I think Melvin covered off that switchback. It's a very good move to do. That switchback into the heavy braking zone after that long back straight. Oh, Casey trying around the outside. He needs to try something different, which is what he's doing at the moment. But Melvin's not going to have the best exit out of the final corner, or up towards the final corner even. And it's not going to be great for Casey running on that inside curb, especially in these conditions. Now, Ithan's going to have a look on Casey. He's going to have to go defensive here. Ithan looking towards the outside. Can he get Casey into turn one? Doesn't look like he's got enough speed down the straights. Casey's obviously got that slipstream from the Lexus in front, and he's going to have a look down the inside. Oh, almost contact between the two. Very late move there from Casey, and there's been a contact. There's been some contact. Casey there, I think, making contact with Melvin a bit too eager. He was, and that's going to be probably a penalty for KC. Melvin's dropped down the order then. Real shame for Melvin. But he's got going once again. Baptista is into the final sector, and we are on the last lap here. But I think that was inevitable with how close they were, especially in these conditions. It's not advised to race that close. Definitely got to give a bit more room in the wet conditions than in the dry. But Baptista is going to round off the final corner now for the last time here at Barcelona in Division 1, and he takes a win once again, crossing the line in P1, and he's going to extend his championship lead. Tayson Tom's going to cross the line in P2. Kingy rounds off the final corner now, is going to cross the line in P3, securing a podium spot with RMS in the back end in P4, not too far behind. Casey is going to finish on track in P5. But whether he's going to hold on to that after the penalties, we shall see. But on track here, Casey's going to finish in P5. Uthan's going to finish in P6. DasStopsChild's going to finish in P7. Melvin P8. Oyasar just holding on to P9 from SVW, who finishes in P10. Kenny then, bit of a lonely race towards the end. He's going to finish in P11. Same for Rocco. Actually, no, Rocco's got BSD behind him. But he should be able to hold on if he doesn't make any mistakes through these final few corners. I don't think he will, but these three are quite close towards the end. Rocco's going to finish in P12. BST is going to finish in P13, and DeedeeTKU is going to finish in P14. There we have it then. The top three of the race: Baptista, Tayson Tom, and Kingy. And there are your race results. We'll see if we can get an interview with these three. I'm not too sure. And it doesn't look like we have time for an interview today, but thanks for everyone who tuned into the stream, and we'll see you. Next race will be Friday for the PC Championship on ACC as well, so make sure to tune in then. But from us, it's good night, and we'll see you next time.